Oh, hello, Eagle Haggle. Hello. Join the page. Remember, join the page. How are you? I wasn't able to stream last night because I wasn't feeling well, but today I'm feeling excellent. Sort of. What's happening? What's... Okay. Oh my god. I need to get a new cable. Otherwise I won't be able to do what you like me to do most, which is to play games. Love my outfit? Thank you. Thank you. It's a red thing. God. I went to another one of those protests today. I went to another... God, it's just not working anymore. It's just not working. I destroyed it. Sort of, maybe. Hopefully not. I... Duct tape, yeah. Duct tape. Do I need to find a new cable? Hold on. I'll be right back. Again. Hold on. Okay, jestem, mam. Wow. Why am I speaking Polish to you? I mean, I'm here. I have it. I've been speaking too much Polish today, and I just automatically said the thing in Polish. That cable's short. Oh! Did my gamepad just die or something? What's wrong? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the gamepad? Speaking too much Polish, unconceivable, true. But also, somehow the gamepad just does not wanna work. It just flashes in all colors. What? I have no clue. It's just not working. Maybe I'll have to jolt it into working or something by turning on some game. Oh, excuse me. Now this is not working. Now the gosh, having some strange. I'm having some very strange problems. Well, the keyboard died. Now the keyboard has died. Hey, what? Do I have to reset the computer? What's happening? The keyboard is dead. It's... Excellent. Listen, I'm resetting the computer. Hopefully the stream will not terminate or whatever. I'll be right back. Don't go away. Stay here. My most loyal of viewers and fans. This guy, we've not done anything yet. Be right back. Am I back? Are we back? I'm back. I feel like I'm back. With the shortest cable available. But now the keyboard and the thing works because that cable that I just got caused the keyboard to die for some reason. Now I'm gonna test. I think we're back. Let's see how many people are here. 2 people. 2 of my most loyal viewers are here. Perfect. I can only count on you and nobody else in this world. Cannot count on anybody else. Only you. Everybody else have betrayed me. Betrayal. Betray me. Okay, let's see if it works. Oh yeah, okay, it works, but the cable is super short, so I'm gonna be like, It's okay. It's okay to play like this. It's okay. It's perfectly comfortable. I assure you. Not annoying in the slightest. I have to get a new cable. Spider-Man. Turbo. This is not annoying in the slightest. It's okay, we're gonna be playing a game that does not use the controller. We're gonna be playing no wireless. No, this computer does not have the thing magic to be wireless. It's okay, we're gonna be playing a game that doesn't use a controller anyway. We're gonna be playing New Vegas today or something, so if anything. Spider-Man! Bleh. Hip swing! Should make it louder. Oh yeah, I forgot to get it on screen. Thank you. Also, yes, if you donate, I'll get the thing. The dingle. First attack! Spider Sting! This is the best depiction of Spider-Man in all of media, in my opinion. The voice is perfect as well. No Hollands or other Tobey Maguires. This is the Spider-Man. He's the decisive. Okay, this is the best Spider-Man in media, outside of the comic book, that is. For one, this Spider-Man is an adult. Okay, this Spider-Man is an adult. You're just so cute when you're unconscious. Oh my god, that sounds so bad. That sounds so bad. Showtime. Reality Jam! Reality Jam! Soul Jam! Power up! Stars and Stripes! Stars and Stripes! One for JJ. Wow. Everybody's watching this game with such concentration that you forget to chat in the chat. I know this game is captivating, but don't be shy to say something. Cherry. A cherry win. Got a cherry win. Maximum Spider. Shield slide. Maximum Spider. Spider Sting. Stars and Stripes. I won on time. What a shameful way to win. You could win if you didn't keep hitting my foot with your head. The humor. A Hulk. The best depiction of the Hulk in media, okay? This is Professor Hulk. And the soundtrack is pretty cool. I must admit, those Capcom games have nice music.
Spider Sting. Web swing. Spider Sting. Web swing. Web swing. Spider says team. Web swing.
I usually play this game muted on stream. Now you can appreciate the soundtrack. Hey yo!
Let's rock.
You're not used to a Hulk like this, huh? Professor Hulk.
Spider Sting.
Yeah! Got him!
One for JJ.
One for JJ. If you had a brain, you might be dangerous. Wolverine! Oh no! It's Wolverine. Let's go, bub. Let's go, bub. Bub. Ra-pa-pa-pa. Ching ching. Ching.
Spider Sting.
Spider Sting.
Web swing. Web swing. Spider Sting. Web swing. Web swing. Web swing. Web swing. Web ball. Spider sting. Whip ball.
There you go. We won against the Wolverine. Spider sense a stingwing. Pervert. Don't block, you pervert. Perverts block. Real man don't block. And get defeated by me. Tornado block. Please work. Yes! We won! You're done, Wolverine. Fishy, fishy. You're just so cute when you're on. Oh god. Why? Why do you have to say that? Why? God, don't. That is the worst thing that you can ever say. You look so cute when you're conscious. Why would you ever say that to a person? That sounds so horrible on so many levels. You know? So cute when you're conscious. Maximum Spiderino! Regeneration! Like in Doctor Who. Regeneration! Repulsive blast. Unibee. 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 Stop. Ah! Superior attack. Unibee. Blech. I died. Superior attack. Hey, we were gonna play one fight with this Magneto Turbo. Ba-da-ba. And I'm playing as the Jewish character, by the way. Uh-oh, I'm that good at playing the Jewish character. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, okay. You stop me now. One for JJ. JJ Jameson. Blech. Oh gosh, that was humiliating and bad. That was not good. That was not good, but thank God there are only. How many of you? Thank God there are only 2 of you to witness my humiliation. So, you know what they say. There's nothing bad that will not end up being good in the end. Right? Right? There might not be many of you, but in the end, that just means that I'm not gonna humiliate myself in front of a crowd. Which is a win, sort of, if you think about it. Sort of. Kind of. Maybe. Maybe, possibly. Okay, I'm here. What is FD signifier versus what? So we're gonna do wojna, Ukraina, sytuacja. 807. Prezydent Ukrainy podziękował administracji Joe Bidena, Kongresowi i Amerykanom za zapowiedziany dziś pakiet pomocy o wartości 40. I think it. What? Hold on, there has to be a mistake. For no, there has to be. Okay, there has to be a mistake. That's right, 400. Okay, 400. We're like what? Jesus. Of course, leave it to Poland to make us ridiculous typo. I was like, wait, this is a pathetic amount. But 400? That's better. 400 milionów dolarów. Stany Zjednoczone utrzymują wiodącą rolę we wspieraniu Ukrainy, co ma znaczenie historyczne, uniemożliwiające ofensywne plany Rosji. Przybliżamy sprawiedliwy pokój na Ukrainie i długoterminową stabilność we wspólnocie euroatlantyckiej, napisał Zeleński. Powinno to być w Ukrainie, ale co tam. Oh damn! Let's see. This is a big article. Big fat article, which is why we're going to read it in a moment. Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to talk to all 4 of you about this whole new development that just happened, which is the thing that has been speculated that would happen for a few months now. The thing that everybody said would happen, happened. Russia has built up forces. I'm pretty sure Putin even announced it at some point. Russia has built up forces and has attacked the Kharkiv Oblast from the north. So we're gonna see opening a second front because everything's been rather more happening in the south than east, south. But now a new front line seemingly has been opened in the north, and the fighting rages. Even though President Zelensky has said that Ukraine is ready, it has been fortifying for such an occasion because it has been expected for a while now that this sort of thing would happen. And now we will see. We'll see what will happen. Last time I heard, Russia has dedicated 50,000 soldiers to that area, to that northern area that is being attacked. So we'll even see if that sort of creates. We'll even, like, there's a speculation, of course, that this is to create some sort of a buffer zone to sort of gain territory and create this sort of buffer zone. But we'll see. We'll see how much Russia can hope to do with 50,000 soldiers. My hope is that not much. Zelensky got the reports on an attack on Kharkiv direction. Yeah, apparently the fight rages on there. There's already a full-fledged article about this, which we're gonna check out. Which we're gonna check out right now, actually. After I click on here, react. Believe it or not, actually Russia has been doing everything it can to avoid using ethnic Russians in the war. It has been using non-ethnic Russians from Russia, and it's been using a lot of conscripts from different countries as well. So there's the whole Nepali thing does not surprise me in the slightest, considering how Russia has been sort of doing its conscription, avoiding to use actual Russians as much as it can. Well, of course, I guess the exception being convicts. Russia has been using a lot of convicts. Russian forces attack Ukraine's Kharkiv region, striking on a new front, which we'll see. Like, the question is Russia trying to sort of win by numbers, trying to thin out Ukraine's forces as much as possible? Is that sort of strategy even viable? Does Russia have enough equipment to stretch itself thin like this? To sort of open up a new front? Like, there's no doubt that Russia can throw a lot more people at the front, but the question is if Russia can throw also enough equipment to sort of be in the south, east, and also north. Kyiv says fighting rages in Kharkiv region's border areas. Source says Russia advanced in push to create buffer zone. President Zelensky says Ukraine ready to meet assault. No immediate comment from Russia. I mean, what could possibly Russia say? Yes, we're doing it. Russian forces launched an unarmored ground attack on Friday near Ukraine's second city of Kharkiv, Ukraine's second largest city of Kharkiv in the northeast of the country, and made small inroads, opening a new front in a war that has long been waged in the east and south. So as you can see, like, this is like, I mean, we can only try to guess what the exact strategy here is. Ukraine century, but it is worth pointing out that this has been anticipated for a long time now, this sort of attack from the north. There's been, even from what I've seen, there's even been talk of evacuating Kharkiv, which, of course, the consensus is that there is no need for that. But the topic has been sort of thrown, even if it was just the response was no, there's no evacuation and there's no need for that. Ukraine sent reinforcements as fighting raged in the border areas of the region, the defense ministry said, adding that Russia had pounded the frontier town of Vochansk with guided aerial bombs and artillery. Russia has begun a new wave of counteroffensive actions in this direction, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky told a news conference in Kyiv. Now there is a fierce battle in this direction. Ukraine had warned of a Russian buildup in the area, potentially signaling preparations for an offensive or a ploy to divert and pin down Ukraine's overstretched and outnumbered defenders. See, so I guess this is like a theory that is floated around that the play here is to overstretch and sort of thin out Ukrainian forces to divert. It was unclear if Moscow would develop the attack. I mean, I've seen a lot of sources sort of speculating that it would. I've seen a lot of sources saying that Russia's just basically preparing to do this, and it did. In its evening battlefield update, the Ukrainian General Staff said for the first time that Russia was also building up forces to the north of Kharkiv near the Ukrainian regions of Sumy and parts of Chernihiv. Zelensky said Russia could be preparing a big offensive push this spring or summer. Kyiv's forces were prepared to meet Friday's assault, but Moscow could send more troops to the area, he told reporters. That's a risk. And then again, let's not forget that while this is happening, the south and east sort of attacks are still happening as well. Like, it's not that the east and south things have just stopped and now it's all just in the north. Like, it's the second front opening, as was said above, to overstretch Ukrainian forces. At approximately 5 a.m., there was an attempt by the enemy to break through our defensive line under the cover of armored vehicles, the defense ministry said. As of now, these attacks have been repulsed. Battles of varying intensity continue. A senior Ukrainian military source, who declined to be named, said Russian forces had pushed 1 kilometer (0.6 mile) inside the Ukrainian border near Vovchansk. The source said Russian forces were aiming to push Ukrainian troops as far back as 10 kilometers inside Ukraine as part of an effort to create a buffer zone, but that Kyiv's troops were trying to hold them back. The White House said the United States had been coordinating closely with Ukraine on Russia's Kharkiv offensive, and that it was possible Moscow would make further advances in the coming weeks, but that it did not expect any major breakthrough. Sure, but the worrying thing about here is, and I think this is becoming increasingly clear, that this war is sort of not necessarily about how strong Russia is per se, but just how reliable, fast, and in what quantity can Ukraine count on Western support, if that makes sense. Like, I've been saying this for a while now, but the situation that we're in should not be happening at all. If aid would have been adequately supplied in a timely manner and in the right quantity, then we would not be even in this situation in the first place. Top Ukrainian officials have repeatedly said they do not believe Russia has the force capacity available to launch a successful operation to capture the city of Kharkiv, home to 1.3 million people. I'm willing to agree. Yeah, I don't think so. But they might still want to sort of capture capture territories as near Kharkiv itself as possible. The Ukrainska Pravda media outlet cited an unnamed military source as saying that four border villages, Strileche, Krasne, Pilna, and uh, Borisivka, had been captured by Russian forces. Military spokesperson Nazar Voloshin said fighting was still raging in the evening and that the situation was dynamic. He said he believed Moscow's operation aimed to draw troops to Kharkiv from the east, where Russia is focusing its offensive. Well, that's a pretty legitimate theory, I would say. To divert and to launch more successful attacks in the area that where they have been gaining ground for some time, even if slow. There was no immediate comment from Moscow. Heavy shelling. At least 2 civilians were killed and 5 were injured during heavy Russian shelling on border settlements, said Oleg Senehubov, governor of Kharkiv region. All the enemy can do is to attack in certain small groups. We can call them sabotage and reconnaissance, groups of something else, and test the positions of our military, he said on television. In Vovchansk, a border town with a pre-war population of 17,000 that has dwindled to a few thousand, authorities said they were helping civilians evacuate from the settlement and surrounding areas due to the heavy shelling. In his evening address, Zelensky said his top commander, Alexander Syrsky, had reported to him that heavy fighting was taking place all along the more than 1,000 kilometer 600-mile front line. Ukraine chased Russian troops out of most of the Kharkiv region in 2022, following Russia's full-scale invasion in February of that year. But after weathering a Ukrainian counteroffensive last year, Russian forces are back on the offensive and slowly advancing in the Donetsk region that lies further south. They've been gaining ground, even though, to be fair, Russia has been gaining ground fairly slowly and also at a great cost in human life. And at a great cost in equipment. Which again, Ukraine is able to uh, hold off Russian soldiers pretty well, considering that Ukrainian soldiers are facing all the time critical shortage of basically everything, and still Russian soldiers sustain massive losses when trying to attack, gain sort of take over cities, take over villages, and move forward. So just imagine a situation in which Ukraine would be given adequate aid and again in adequate speed, at adequate speed. Ukrainian concerns grew in March over the Kremlin's intentions in the Kharkiv region when Russian President Vladimir Putin called for the creation of a buffer zone inside Ukrainian territory. He said this was needed to protect Russia from shelling and border incursions. Since then, Kharkiv, which is particularly vulnerable because of its proximity to Russia, has been hammered by airstrikes that have damaged the region's power infrastructure, which is why Kharkiv is among those cities that have pauses in electricity. More than 2 years after its invasion, Russia has the battlefield momentum, and Ukraine faces shortages of manpower and stocks of artillery shells and air defenses, which is again, I would argue that shortages of manpower, like far less people could have died, and we would not be seeing the artillery and air defenses shortage if aid would have been handled better than it is. And of course, there's a whole business with aid being blocked for 6 months in the US. The situation is not great. The situation is difficult. We're still waiting. Like, I keep reading, I keep hearing that aid has not arrived yet, the US aid. And of course not. The majority of aid will not be arriving now. As many sources have stated, apparently the main bulk of the aid will be coming to Ukraine within several months. Do you know how much can be done in several months? Do you know how much ground Ukraine can lose in several months? This is a disaster. I'm not really happy with it. Like, the opening of a new front just creates, in my opinion, possibilities for things to go wrong. Overstretching already fatigued Ukrainian forces. Unless, I mean, potentially it could backfire on the Russians if, again, if the aid would come in a timely manner, you know? If the aid actually arrived, then this sort of strategy could backfire on Russia, considering that overstretching works both ways. If Ukraine had adequate means to defend itself, then it could turn out very well that it is not Ukraine that is overstretched, but Russia, you know? That it could not keep up with the losses in equipment, for one. Like, manpower is a different matter because apparently Russia has a lot bigger capability of training and sending new soldiers to the front than Ukraine does. But that's, that's a very Ukraine specific problem, which I've been trying to look into recently. Just how many Ukrainian soldiers can be trained within a year versus how many soldiers can Russia train within a year. Because it's one thing able to sort of conscript, which is also a thing that I've been increasingly reading about. It is one thing how many people can be conscripted. It is a totally different matter how many of them can be trained and be made battle ready in what amount of time, you know? And that is also a crucial thing, which is why this sort of initiative by foreign countries of sending troops in order to help in training becomes actually much more important than I thought. I actually very much underestimated this aspect of the war. The Ukrainian capability, sort of, what's the capacity of the amount of soldiers that can be trained and sent to the front. I've not really taken this aspect, I think, seriously enough till this point. Because I assumed, sort of naively, I guess, that if Ukraine can conscript X amount of people, then I assume by extension that probably most of them can be fairly quickly trained and sent to the battlefield. But apparently that's not exactly the case. Apparently uh, the capacity of how many soldiers can be trained is much more limited than I thought. So that's certainly a problem. Because that means that Russia can sort of replace its losses, at least when it comes to people, far quicker than Ukraine. But then again, you also have losses in equipment, and I'm not sure if Russia has the capacity to sort of uh, restore lost equipment at a pace that could sustain a long-term sort of thing. Russia is sort of, apparently Russia is not really, when it comes to, let's say, tanks, Russia is not really producing all that many new tanks, but Russia is actually trying to restore damaged tanks and send them back to the front. We'll see. The North offensive has just started. So far we're having skirmishes near the front line. Not all of them um, successful. So far, Ukrainian troops are holding on. I suppose tomorrow we'll be able to talk more about it. Tomorrow we'll see just how successful the opening on this new front is. Because right now we can just jump into speculation as to what the exact thing that Russia is hoping to gain from this is, as to how successful it can be, etc., etc. There are quite a few variables here. You know? And I believe it is not always good to engage in speculation. It can be a pretty dangerous gamble to try to engage in. But hey, it's a pretty new development. We'll see. We'll certainly be monitoring it, be observing. Okay, we're done. We're done for this little thing. Maybe I'll look more. It might have been new developments. All indicators seem to show that so far Ukraine has done a good job repelling the attack, so we'll see how it will go. Because as much as Ukraine might have repelled it right now, the fight's still raging on, so we'll see. I'm trying to find any new news about this. But so far nothing new. Nothing that we've done. Oh? Let's see. This is a pretty new thing. Russia reportedly slammed northern Ukraine with a massive surprise attack Friday. Citing Ukrainian sources, an official CNN report that it was the most serious cross-border ground offensive for nearly 2 years. There's a video here. You can take a look. There's a video. CNN also noted the attacks targeted power generation and transmission facilities in at least 6 regions. So I guess that's new information. It's not surprising information considering that's what Russia has been doing for a long time now, targeting critical infrastructure such as energy to sort of terrorize the population. That is one of the goals of Russia, to sort of terrorize the population into thinking that resistance is futile. Like, Russia is fighting a hybrid type of war. There's the fighting at the front itself. There's the terrorizing of the population, which is aimed at sort of trying to make the people think that the fighting is futile. And there's the third aspect, which is uh, a misinformation campaign using influence affecting the West in order to basically make it stop supporting Ukraine, which is one of the biggest thing that Russia is of course trying to do to weaken the support of the West for Ukraine. Kharkiv's regional governor Oleg Senyuhubov said intense overnight shelling targeted Vovchansk, a city that is less than 3 miles from the Russian border. The barrage, which used powerful guided aerial bombs, artillery rockets, tanks, and mortars, killed at least one civilian and wounded 5 others, prompting authorities to begin evacuating about 3,000 people. President Volodymyr Zelensky said Ukraine's military had anticipated the attack and had calibrated its response. Meanwhile, Zelensky thanked US President Joe Biden along with Congress and the American people for the most recent military aid package, which I assume is about the 400 million. This timely and vital US assistance will help save civilians' lives and strengthen Ukrainian warriors on the front lines. It will also allow us to better protect our cities and communities from Russia's ongoing air terror attacks on Ukrainian critical infrastructure and energy facilities, Zelensky noted on X. The United States maintain its leadership role in supporting Ukraine, and this we've already read this. So I guess for now this is quite literally the only thing we can say about this topic. Russia's attacked, aimed at critical infrastructure such as electricity. Ukraine has thus far done a good job at repelling it. We'll see how it will develop as it goes on. The fighting continues. And of course, let's not forget that the fighting in the east and the south continues all the time as well. All is in the hands of the West, to be quite honest. Putting aside the whole conscription thing in Ukraine and the topic of training new troops. So there we go. Wonderful, huh? Wonderful, huh? Wonderful. So what could we go to next? There are a few directions we can go. We can go to Poland, your favorite country in the world, or we can go to the US. Which one do you prefer? Which one do you prefer? US or Poland? I will let the chat decide for once. Think of it as a choose your own adventure book. Think of it as a fascinating, amazing book, which is a choose your own adventure book. Go wild. Choose your adventure. And I'll provide it, sort of. I mean, depending on the thing that you choose, the adventure might be horrible news or potentially good news. So you're basically choosing between horrible news and potentially good ones. Oh, and if we're looking for more horrible news, we can also look at the update about the protests. That will be interesting. They also have a little bit, some news about Israel-Palestine. So many topics, so little time. Going to be looking into the siege on the front line. Got a couple of Ukrainian Telegram channels putting out reports fairly often. Siege on the front line. Damn, when I hear the word siege, then I think of the Zaporozhian Cossacks from like the times of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and the Zaporozhian siege. You know, if there's any cool news, cool. If there are any new developments about the northern attack, then toaster cleaner, you should first of all you should join the page. I think it's high time for you to join the page. And second of all, you should link it. Actually, link the Telegram thing. Oh God, why? Oh God, what happened? Why? Oh God. What's wrong? I mean, it would be cool news if it would turn out that the okay, post stuff on Discord. It would be pretty cool if the whole North thing would turn out to be a huge disaster for Russia. Not gonna lie, that would be pretty cool. That would be actually cool news. I'd be happy with such news. I would not be mad or offended. Where are you gonna post? Where do you plan to post? We've been linked a few new things, so I guess we're gonna also do a react. I've been linked 2 videos. Oh no, wait, never mind, just 1 video. Could have sworn that I've been linked to 2 videos. Some are appropriate. I guess the political channel. The political channel is appropriate. If you mean my Discord. You can upload it on Politics Global. That's where you can upload it. I'm gonna do a reaction of a video. I think the video is fairly short actually. It said, exclusive, UN genocide official response to Biden smear, breaking point. So let's watch. Let's see. You didn't want to choose a direction? Well, I just chose a third direction. It's neither the US nor Poland. The direction is Palestine, I guess. 31 minutes. I'm not sure if this is safe for me to watch. I'm not sure if this is safe for me to react to. Feels like the stream will be axed off. There aren't any major happenings. Some rockets landed on Luhansk oil refinery and somewhere in Belgorod Oblast. There are some new. Okay, we're gonna go to Poland. Reuters, there you go. How new is this news? It's from 2 days ago, but I don't care because I've not talked about it. I've talked about the judge, but I've not talked about this new development, I guess. So let's talk about it. As you may or may not know, some days ago, a Polish judge who has some vital information, crucial potentially information, top secret information, has decided that Poland is a repressive, tyrannical country, and that the only course of action is to run away to the safe haven of Belarus. Belarus, which is the hub of freedom, which is like the, I don't know, the pinnacle of democracy and human rights. So the judge was like, he saw Belarus and decided, yes, this is the place where I'll finally be free and happy. And of course, since this judge that has had access to a lot of top secret information just fled to Belarus, where he did the rounds basically through all of the Russia shills and all of the Russia propagandists. Poland has been busy wondering about two things. Just how much information did that judge provide to Belarus, top secret that is? And two, did the judge actually cooperate with Belarus before his sort of exodus, before his defection? Which is a good question to ask. There seems to be, upon um, the investigation thus far, there seems to be a suspicion that the judge might have actually been cooperating for some time with Belarus. And also, it sort of gave rise to a third question, which is just how much influence was Russia able to create under the government of law and justice? Because, of course, this judge was a favored judge by law and justice. And the question, of course, is just how much influence within Poland was Russia able to build under the tutelage of, under the governance of law and justice. And there's gonna be a full blown investigation into this, it seems. And we're gonna read about it. Of course, I have this Reuters article waiting for me just to read it. Poland's Tusk seeks to revive commission to investigate Russian influence. Poland's prime minister wants to revive a Polish commission investigating Russian influence, he said on Wednesday, amid heightened fears about espionage after a Polish judge who has access to military secrets asked for asylum in Belarus. And again, as I've said before, this is one of the ways that Russia is waging war against Ukraine, right? One is on the battlefield itself. Second is terrorizing Ukrainian cities, terrorizing Ukrainian citizens, wanting to force them to flee, to displace them, to cause a refugee crisis, and of course to create this feeling among the civilians that fighting against Russia is futile. This is the second thing. And the third thing is exerting influence in Europe, spreading misinformation. Very recent is to sort of jamming GPS and other things that would make it difficult for flights to function normally. All these things are like in part of Russia's sort of uh, hybrid warfare against Ukraine. And I would say that um, considering just how important Poland is for Ukraine, just that it is basically this hub through which a lot of the aid comes into Ukraine, I would say that spreading Russian influence and misinformation, etc., would be high on the priority list for Russia. Oh wow, it's the article just says what I said like one sentence later. While Poland has long said that its position as key distribution hub for supplies to Ukraine makes it a major target for Russian spies, Judge Tomasz Schmidt's asylum request put the country on heightened alert. Literally, the article. I should have just kept reading the article instead of making that whole spiel about how Poland's a big hub of resources and, I mean, for Ukraine. And how, yeah, should have just kept reading. The judge was slated to rule on cases concerning issuing security clearances to information on the NATO and European Union secrets next month. I did not pre-read, okay? I do not pre-read. Even though technically speaking, when it comes to articles like this, I should be pre-reading. But this is a pretty fresh... No, this is not a pretty fresh article, this one. I should have read this by now, actually. Yeah, I should have pre-read this, but I didn't. Like, this is one of those rare cases in which not having pre-read it is a point of shame, not a point of pride. I should have read this already. I should be going over this article with you after having read it a long time ago. It's okay. It's okay, though. You forgive me. So the judge was slated to rule on cases concerning issuing security clearances to information on NATO and European Union secrets next month. Prosecutors are investigating if he was a spy, which there seems to be a strong suspicion that he actually was. Hello, Greater 8. Have you finished the drawing? Schmidt has said that he faced political persecution in Poland and that he resigned as Polish judge in protest at policies he said were drawing the country into conflict with Belarus and Russia. Reviving the commission would mark a turnaround for a body that was formed last year by Poland's previous nationalist Law and Justice government and condemned at the time by current Prime Minister Donald Tusk's Civic Coalition, KO, grouping, as being a vehicle for a witch hunt against him, as it could ban politicians from office. I remember it was a tool that could have been potentially used to ban politicians from running for office. The issue of resuming work or building an appropriate body that will more effectively investigate Russian influence on Polish politics is on the agenda, Tusk told reporters after a security meeting to discuss the spy threat from Russia and Belarus. We have a commission on Russian influence, but there are constitutional reservations as to its operation, he added. The commission has seen opposition from the European Union last year and has been dormant. Tusk said he had asked the cabinet member responsible for coordinating Poland's special services, Tomasz Siemoniak, to prepare recommendations on how to reactivate it. So basically, Law and Justice created this anti-Russian thing, which it planned to use as a political tool to get rid of its enemies. The European Union criticized it. It has been deactivated. And now Donald Tusk, the current prime minister, is trying to reactivate it. And he's trying to have it serve the actual purpose that it's supposed to and not just hunt for political enemies. Actually look for Russian influence in Poland. You know? We have no doubt that Mr. Schmidt is serving a foreign state, foreign services, Siemoniak told private broadcaster TVN24, highlighting the fact that the judge has appeared on Belarusian and Russian television attacking the Polish government. You can see from the sequence of events how quickly he ended up on Russian state television that this is a planned operation which today above all has taken on a propaganda dimension, he said. The Belarusian Foreign Ministry did not immediately respond to an emailed request for comment sent outside normal office hours. Former Peace/Law and Justice Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki questioned why the Russian Influence Commission had been shelved in the first place. As for the issue of investigating Russian influence, such actions were taken by the Law and Justice government, which created a special commission, which is very weaselly considering that the special commission had certain clearances to block people's careers. People that were very inconvenient to Law and Justice. He said in comments sent to Reuters by email, the opposition boycotted it, fearing the discovery of facts inconvenient to them. Elsewhere, Polish border officials said on Wednesday they had detained a defector from the Russian army on the frontier with Belarus. Deputy Interior Minister Czesław Mroczek told state news agency PAP that Poland was trying to establish whether the man was indeed a deserter fleeing the war or whether he was supposed to carry out some mission for Russian services. Yes, a soldier was caught. A Russian soldier was caught, and the Russian embassy got mad about it because it said that it was not informed that a Russian deserter is in Poland. Coming soon. So yeah, like this whole judge thing in Poland has created a big uproar, has created a situation in which now the thing that Law and Justice created might be recreated. There is worry that the Russian influence in Poland might be reaching far deeper than just this judge. It's a situation. And it's a pretty dangerous one as well. Because as I said, this sort of thing is definitely part of Russia's war plan against Ukraine and the broader West while we're at it. This sort of influence in politics through its tentacles of spreading misinformation, of having spies and cooperators. We've already witnessed one, the judge that ran away to Belarus. Oh. You don't know how to draw me begging for money? Hello, Glitchmaster. Hello. How are you? You don't know how to draw me begging for money? Listen. If you... Oh, I know how to help you. Okay, I'm gonna... You can take a screenshot if you wish. You can draw tears in my eyes. Did I help? Was this helpful as a reference? Perfect? Is this perfect or what? Is this not perfect? Oh yeah, that's... Wait, why empty? Hold on, Glitchmaster. Why empty? Why not full? Hold on, that sounds like you're implying that nobody wants to give me money. Which is a very, very sad thing to say. Mean. It is helpful. Okay. The thing that I have shown, the thing that I have boom. Okay? I have given you. Whew! Phew! We've done it. I believe we have done it. I believe we have achieved the next level. I believe we have achieved the next level of enlightenment. So now we can go to the US. We can go to the US and we can discuss the newest news from the US, which actually, now that I think about it, is not the newest news at all, but still, I want to talk about it because, okay, maybe some loose change and couple of bills. I said empty to imply the urgency of the need for money. Ah, true. I am desperate. I'm always desperate for money. You know me. You know me by now. You know? Do you know how desperate I am? So desperate that is nobody as desperate as me. Also, soon I'll have to take my hormones. So I'll have to get out of the room to, you know, do the hormone replacement therapy. Have negative money. You have negative money. Give me some of your negative money. I always thought I would only accept positive money, but you know what? I also accept negative money. I'm Polish. I accept negativity as well. Everything does not need to be positive. I also accept the negative. See, my humor is peerless. My sense of humor. That's called a debt. It's okay. My humor is just peerless. Also, hello, Karasu. We've done 2 amazing segments already. We have done two amazing segments. You know what? Before we go to the next segment thing, I'm gonna tell you about my wonderful day. Okay? I bet you're all here to hear. You're all here to listen. You're all here to learn about how my day went. So, today, I had 2 big things to do. One was, people will gladly give you their debt. I was around-ish though. I'm half awake only. I went to a protest. Okay. I went to a protest because I'm literally starting to become a veteran of Polish farmer protests. And each time the next protest happens, it becomes bigger, more over the top, and more original characters attend. Actually, interestingly enough, this protest had pretty big profile. This was a VIP protest because all the top dogs from the Law and Justice Party attended this one. Jarosław Kaczyński, Jarosław Polskę Zbaw Kaczyński, the ex-prime minister of Poland. What was his name again? Morawiecki, and a couple of other Law and Justice big shots came to complain about the European Union, complain about... Oh my god, there was this guy, unfortunately, no matter how I tried to bait him, he refused to be on camera. He refused for me to allow to record him. But he told, there's this far-right Catholic religious organization of lawyers, which has its sort of tentacles from abroad. It's called Ordo Iuris. Ordo Iuris, like this weird far-right religious organization of lawyers which find legal ways to basically take away human rights. I'm not even joking. And today, this guy came up to me and really needed to tell me how Ordo Iuris is the best organization ever, and I wish he would agree to tell me all of that stuff recorded. That would have been one of the best things from that whole protest. And then he told me that Ordo Iuris has done an investigation, and according to that investigation, very soon within the European Union there will be a special vote in which nations will have to decide if their countries are going to be provinces of the super European state or if their countries will remain independent states. And that the European Union is trying to make Poland a province of the European superstate, and that it's all according to the research of Ordo Iuris. And I was like, oh my god, I wish this dude agreed to tell me all of this on camera. But whenever I wanted him to actually be on camera, he would say, just look up the Ordo Iuris page. Just look up the Ordo Iuris page. That's boring. Like, that's boring just looking up the Ordo Iuris page, which maybe, who knows, maybe we'll do actually, but I so wish that guy would have talked to me on camera. But you know what? It's okay. Because I still got at least one very good interview. I still got at least one good interview with a person, and that's gonna be a great upload. A person that told me that agriculture affairs, agriculture policy, etc. should be, as you said, I am a Christian. I'm a Christian, and I believe that agriculture should be governed by the church. And I was like, wait, do you believe that the church knows anything about agriculture and ecology? And he said, yes, we should follow the wisdom of the saints. And I was like, wow. Whoa. Mind blown. My mind was blown. Like, my mind, that was, I think this is the best. I think that's the best. I think that was the best interview that I got from a farmer to date. The one that said, yeah, farming affairs, agriculture policy should be governed by the church because I'm a Christian and I believe in the wisdom of the saints. Oh my god. What's the best? Oh, hello. Hello, Prolegomena. I think I'm seeing you here for the first time, and from your swearing, I assume you're Polish? Are you Polish? Are you here for the first time? Were you ever here before? Are you enjoying your stay here? If you were here before and I'm just forgetting about you, then I apologize. But if you're not, then I would ask you these three questions that I ask all my new viewers. How did you find me? Are you enjoying what you're seeing so far? And what other streamers do you watch? I guess these are the three questions that I always ask, because if I can replicate what brought you here, then I can get more people like you to watch me. Hopefully not hate watch me. Hopefully you're not a hate watcher. I hope. I hope you're here to watch the biggest Polish trans streamer. Unironically. So I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait for your replies. Also, once you reply, I will of course encourage you to join this page, to be in the cooler chat with more emotes and nice things. Man. Oh, Lonerbox. Okay. Lonerbox. I didn't know Lonerbox had a big Polish viewership, but I guess that makes sense. Lonerbox is European. So basically, it's like we're just 1 hour apart. Do you think I should talk more to Lonerbox? Did you enjoy my discussion with Lonerbox? Basically, turning into a genocide specialist solely. But I think I might be doing more history in the future. I've been watching the Timothy Snyder lectures lately, and one of them was such a waste of time lecture. Admittedly, that one was not done by Timothy Snyder himself. It was a guest talking briefly about the history of Jewish people, and was just, they introduced that person with so many titles and so many, like, and as an esteemed guest, but he said so much misinformation and so much outright crap that was a waste of time lecture, quite honestly. And it's a shame, because the history of Jewish people in the region is extremely interesting. It was a good convo, but I will stay for your history streams. Thank you. Thank you. I'm trying to get more into the Jewish history. There's this, I'm gonna show you. There's this great book. Always have books here. Not the Bandera one. Oh, that's a good book, by the way. Them. I still have not finished this book. It's a book about, I think it's 175. I keep forgetting the paragraph number. Yeah, 175. It's about the paragraph 175, which originated in the German Empire and refined was used to persecute the LGBT by Nazi Germany. The pink triangle. But I'm looking for something else. I'm actually looking for something else. Valvais, no. I'm looking for something very different. Nope. 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 Not sure if I'll be able to find it now. It's about it's a book about the rise of, yeah. The author is Joanna Ostrowska. Oni. Homoseksualiści w czasie II wojny światowej. I might as well do a quick read of the back cover for the Polish viewer. Oni byli obcy, byli drapieżcami i było ich bardzo niewielu. Z tych trzech powodów nie zajmowano się ich historią, nie upamiętniano i nie traktowano ich jako ofiar nazistowskiego systemu. Ocaleńców przemilczano. W Polsce takich ludzi miało nie być. Historia osób nieheteronormatywnych w czasie II wojny światowej nadal pozostaje w sferze tabu. Oni nie istnieją z naszej winy. Zamazani przez przedwojenne fantazmaty, podsycane nazistowską propagandą i perwersyjne plotki wojenne i obozowe zrównani zostali z bezimiennymi uwodzicielami, kryminalistami, a społecznym elementem. Przeciwko tym wyobrażeniom trzeba się wreszcie zbuntować, a o onych nie da się już dłużej milczeć. For those who like how the Polish language sounds, you just got a treat of me reading a whole thing from the book. Was there a hierarchy between prisoners based? That's not exactly how that worked. Thank you. It's a really good book. Oh, I can even tell you where you can buy it. No problem. Do you live near Warsaw or something? Because if you live in Warsaw or near Warsaw, then you can just go to the Pauline Museum. It sells that book. I bought it in the Pauline Museum, actually. I bought this exact book in the Pauline Museum. Because Pauline Museum obviously sells a lot of books that are about the Holocaust, about the crimes of Nazi Germany, etc. So, of course, it had this book as well. Actually, you can also buy Timothy Snyder's Bloodlands in Pauline. You know? So you can get this book definitely in the Pauline Museum. Alright. I think we could go to the next segment, don't you think? And also, I highly encourage you to join the www.lucyhaze.org/live to join the White Forest page and get access to all the nice emotes, which I actually drew myself. So, I'm gonna look up for the article. That's good as well. Because apparently there has to be a better Kyiv Independent. This is from 1 day ago. So apparently, after all this time of Russia being able to bypass SpaceX and to use Starlink, the Pentagon itself has decided to step in and to block Russia's access to Starlink. How effective it will be is remain to be seen, but I personally am very glad because Starlink is like a huge help when it comes to sort of this linking of information, access to the internet, being able to, like logistics. It's a great help to logistics and also playing video games. Apparently, a lot of Angry Birds and World of Tanks. Bloomberg. Pentagon blocks Russian military from accessing Starlink in Ukraine. Oh yeah, by the way, Prolegomena, are there any other streamers that you watch apart from Lonerbox and your new favorite streamer, which hopefully is me? Are there any other streamers that you watch? I'm so glad to get some Polish viewers. Oh yeah, oh god, I'm so over the place. Okay, let's return to... Okay, before we actually talk about the whole Starlink and Pentagon thing, I have to finish talking about what I did today. Because we've finished at the part when I went to that protest thing and the guy told me that we need to do farming through Jesus or something. And a bunch of other interviews that I did were just straight up useless because there were people saying that, I don't know, violence should be committed upon, that violence should be, I don't know, invited upon Donald Tusk or something, really. And yes, YouTube, I'm not advocating for violence. I'm just quoting people in case you wanted to give me a warning. So no, it's just. And when I ask some people in interviews, so what do you like? What are the things in particular that you don't like about the current government? They just say everything, everything. Okay, so what changes would you like to, for, I don't know, law and justice to implement if they win? I'd like them to change everything. Well, that's not very useful or helpful, is it? That's not very useful, is it? You hate everything about the current government and you want the potential government that you want in charge to change everything. That's very useful. Vaush, you watch Vaush. So you just watched Lonerbox and Vaush? It's okay. Vaush is half Polish after all. Allegedly. He speaks no Polish. I've been raided by Vaush twice or something, I believe. So, where was I? Oh yeah, the other thing that I really want to do is to sort of establish some sort of connection, sort of like uh, anchor myself into organizations that take care of refugees, that sort of um, allow refugees to either go further west or find them a place to live. Sort of these orgs that sort of dedicate themselves to helping Ukrainian refugees. I went to a refugee house today. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get any recorded interviews from that place, but I'm gonna have to change my strategy with that place, but I want to sort of establish some sort of connections with a few organizations that help refugees. And then potentially I could take what I learn and record here. And next step would be to sort of go to a place like Kiev and to follow up with an organization that I'm keeping an eye on, an organization in Kiev. And if I went there, I could potentially sort of get in touch with them and start talking about the topic that I'm actually really interested in, which is, from what I've heard, really underreported for some reason. That topic of the kidnapped children. So I would go and sort of establish contact with that org. Of course, I would ask that org in Kiev how much cooperation they have with the organizations in Poland. It could be very interesting. At first, I want to do the legwork in Poland to sort of establish that whole thing. That is my little plan. Oh, and there is a very interesting org in Warsaw that specializes in helping um, Ukraine refugees that are parts of the LGBT community. So gay people, trans people, etc. Like this org helps members of the LGBT community in particular. So I definitely will want to go there and get a conversation or two or something with them. But they have really weird operating hours. Like their operating hours are very wacky. Like their starting operating hours are like from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m., which is very I don't know, very strange operating hours. But if I can get in there and talk to them, that would be really great. You know? I'm not sure how much material. I've only seen one written article, sort of like an interview with an LGBT person. Not a refugee soldier, but still. I don't see many things done on Ukraine war and the LGBT. So this could be potentially quite interesting. I think actually, oh, let's see. Let's actually look it up. Oh, let's look it up. Contact. Oh God. I'm gonna call them or something. Yep, I'm gonna call them. Let's see. I could have sworn I saw operating hours and that they were really, really wacky. The organization in question is called Lambda. I've heard about them outside of the context of Ukraine refugees, by the way. So yeah. Lambda? Yeah, it's the name of the organization. The LGBT organization in Warsaw. Yeah, that is the name. Lambda. Yeah. Why? Is there a problem? Is there a problem with the name? Oh yeah, hold on. I'm gonna take my hormones. I'll be right back. As always, I will explain that I have to leave the room because of the whole having to rub a gel into my chest thing. As always, I have to rub a thing into my chest, and therefore I have to leave the room for a hot second. So I'll be right back. Yeah, that's the spelling. Yeah, you wrote it correctly. Prolegomena. Consider joining the page lucyhaza.org/live. I think I'm gonna prepare a nice historical thing for tomorrow. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm gonna do a video game and history thing because I wanna talk about the history of. Oh, that would be really cool if I could prepare myself for tomorrow for that. That would be actually pretty cool potentially. But okay, I'll be right back. Have to take the HRT. Don't go anywhere. Okay. I've got a thing with whipped cream. Road traffic is so bad. Passed by a minor accident and some guys were trying to fight on the side of the... What? Wow. Yeah, what city? One guy about got fraud. What? Gee. I'm reading a thing with the... What's it called? Whipped cream. Hmm? I seen it. Wait, what have you seen? Hold on, what have you seen? Oh! Oh yeah, yeah. Oh well, wait. If you wait just a few seconds, I will actually surprise you with something. Hold on. Wait. Don't go anywhere. Matko Boska. True. I'll be right back. I've been bullied into this, but here you go. It's water. I've been bullied into doing this. Been bullied into drinking water. Hope you're happy. I mean, you probably are, but you know. Haven't eaten since almost 12 hours ago. Woe is me, I am passing away. You should eat. Come on, eat. Do I need to charge you? Do I need to do a charge back on that $5 that you donated the day before yesterday so that you can get something to eat? I need to pay you your money back. No, I am being paid right now. I'm on my way to dinner as we... Okay, that's good. Dinner. Okay, let's go back to the thing. Because I sort of started a topic and then I sort of lost track, and then I sort of um, talked about something else. Oh my gosh. Ex Paletagomena XX has donated $10. Thank you. Lucy's Water Fund. Thank you. Thank you so much. And the best thing is that if you donate here, 100% of the money goes to me, not to YouTube, not to Twitch, or any other crap thing, you know? Also, $5 ain't buying nothing much of nothing. Couldn't you buy a cheeseburger? Couldn't you buy a cheeseburger or something? God, that is such a sad. Well, I guess ramen. You mean Insta ramen? But yes, thank you again for the $10. I have to say that it is such a sad state of affairs that the war in Ukraine is not really about how strong Russia is per se, but how quick you can get, that how quick the aid can get to Ukraine. Which is why Russia is just rushing to use the window of opportunity, which is probably why the whole Northern Front, etc., just Russia trying to do as much as possible before any actual substantial aid starts pouring in, which again, from what I'm hearing, is gonna be in several months. So I'm getting mad again. Although, I mean, considering the logistics, even if a new package has been sort of approved by the US, the 400 million package, just how fast will it reach the front line is my question from approval. Okay, I'm just getting annoyed again. But yes, let's talk about the Starlink thing, shall we? That's the thing that we should be talking about. The fact that Russia has been using Starlink. Elon Musk has been saying that Russia cannot be using Starlink, not within Russia anyway, but Russian soldiers have been using Starlink at the front, and that should not be possible, but apparently it is very possible. And now Pentagon has apparently involved itself in shutting down Russian access to Starlink. This is where we are. This is where we are with the whole Starlink thing. Starlink is this thing that allows you to connect to the internet basically from anywhere. You just point it at the sky and the SpaceX satellite will give you access to the internet. It's the thing that Ukrainian soldiers used to play Angry Birds and World of Tanks in their dugouts. Listen, I don't often do this, but there's a pretty good document that sort of has a bit about Starlink in it. There you go. Might as well. Full screen. I might as well. If you've not watched it, then you might as well watch it. Hold on. Uh, there we go. I keep doing the title. Does it have anything about Starlink? It should. I believe it has something on Starlink. There should be something about Starlink here. That sounds like a joke. Angry birds in the dugouts. No, it's not a joke. You can watch this document. It talks about the Angry Birds as well. How's the Lucy business? There you go. I might as well link it here as well. It talks both about the Starlink and about the Angry Birds. But now let's talk about the new Starlink development with Russia and the Pentagon. Now that's of interest to us. Bloomberg, Pentagon blocks Russian military from accessing Starlink in Ukraine. The US Pentagon is preventing the Russian military from using Starlink internet terminals operated on the battlefield in Ukraine. John Plum, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy at the US Department of Defense, said in an interview with Bloomberg on May 9th. Starlink, recognized for its superior security compared to cellular or radio signals, is deemed crucial for Ukrainian operations. Last year, the Pentagon reached an agreement with SpaceX to financially support access for the Ukrainian military. And apparently Poland also supplied Ukraine lately with like 20,000 of those Starlink devices. Yeah, that is true. Peter Birgerson. Earlier this year, Ukraine's military intelligence chief told the Wall Street Journal that Russian forces in Ukraine are using thousands of Starlink satellite communications terminals made by Elon Musk's SpaceX. According to Plum, the US has become heavily involved in working with the government of Ukraine and SpaceX to counter Russian illicit use of Starlink terminals. Ukraine heavily depends on Starlink, having reported last year that approximately 42,000 terminals were in operation across the military, hospitals, businesses, and aid organizations. At this time, we have successfully countered Russian use, but I am certain Russia will continue to try and find ways to exploit Starlink and other commercial communication systems. Plum said, "It will continue to be a problem. I think we've wrapped our heads around it and found good solutions with both Starlink and Ukraine." The American official did not specify what tactics are being used to block Russian access to Starlink terminals inside Ukraine. I mean, that's the smartest possible thing, not to disclose how exactly they cracked down on Russian use of Starlink, because if they actually said what they did, that would open the gates for Russians to counter it back, no? So that's a very basic thing, not to disclose how they actually did it. That's good. I will applaud for this smart move, smart decision. They're actually not disclose how they combat the Russian thing. I think that's the best decision that they could have made. Following the publication of Budanov's interview with the WSJ, two Democrats in the US Congress, Jamie Raskin and Robert Garcia, opened an investigation into Elon Musk's SpaceX company, demanding information on Russia's alleged usage of the Starlink satellite internet terminals. And I've been hearing about this for a long time as well, about Russia soldiers using Starlink and how it's sort of undermined, because there's it's been connected to a lot of pretty pro-Russian sentiments that Elon Musk has been spouting on X/Twitter. So it's all been very, very fishy. You know? It's all been very, very fishy. Ukraine's military intelligence said that Russia has allegedly been purchasing Starlink terminals from Arab countries, citing intercepted communications. Elon Musk denied that SpaceX had sold Starlink units to Russia and said Starlink would not connect to any devices there. Russia. But the thing is that Starlink is not really, from what I understand, used in Russia proper. It is used on the front line by Russian soldiers. So it's always felt and still feels like a very dishonest and weaselly sort of thing to say by Elon Musk. The whole, oh, Starlink won't work in Russia is not even the topic of the conversation, to be quite honest. Plum affirmed that SpaceX has become a reliable partner in Ukraine. To me, they're a very reliable partner, and they're also innovating at speed, providing services that are useful to the Defense Department. SpaceX began providing the Starlink terminals to Ukraine shortly after the Russian full-scale invasion in February 2022. Well, there's been some bumps along the way. Let's not pretend there have not been at least a few bumps on the road when it comes to the whole usage of Starlink by Ukrainian forces. There's been a time when Elon Musk said that he didn't wanna. He provided them. Then he said that he didn't want them to be used for war, so he blocked the signal during a few very important assaults by Ukrainian forces, and then and only then sort of a deal had to be struck and Ukrainian forces could use Starlink again. So, you know, let's just say that the usage of Starlink by the Ukrainian forces has not always been exactly smooth sailing. There's been problems along the way. But it seems like everything's fine now, so it feels like, I don't know, better late than never. At least the whole problem of Russian soldiers using Starlink is being also sort of handled, which is good because, as we've just read, Ukrainian logistics depend on it, and actually, this sort of logistics that Starlink provide is a big advantage that Ukraine sort of has had over Russia, and Russia has been trying to sort of make that difference disappear by using Starlink themselves. it's weird that just some guy can be so wealthy that their personal decisions and bias influences international events. I mean, that is an unfortunate reality. Although they were able to come to an agreement at the end of the day, so that's, I guess that part's good. I wonder if there are any updates to the whole North Front thing. There are quite a few aspects to that. Um One of them being, of course, Russia trying to take the advantage of the window of opportunity given to them with the whole aid, and of course, there's the trying to spread the Ukrainian forces thin. There's 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 quite a few aspects to this. Anything new? I wish I was wealthy. I'd never have to work again. I could help people more. Don't we all think that? Well, I guess we're going to have to keep sort of looking for updates for the Kharkiv front. So far, everything seems to indicate that um, the attack has been repelled and that the fighting is ongoing. But also, oh, we've talked about it. We don't have to talk about it again. It is a pretty big development, though, but one that has been anticipated for quite a bit now. Let me check something for you, for all of you. Oh, of course, Kharkiv is being attacked again because Kharkiv is basically being bombarded every single day. Kharkiv is just under attack every single day, which is speculated, I don't think, unfairly to be part of the whole attack from the north that's happening now. That the whole bombing Kharkiv nonstop has been priming for that, which, by the way, is another potential reason for the northern attack to begin with, to sort of terrorize the citizens of Kharkiv into leaving. That is a possible one of the reasons. John Kirby, an advisor to the White House, actually said that the White House itself is not expecting any big breakthrough on the front line, even though at this new front line has been opened. So it seems like the US is pretty optimistic about the whole thing. Oh, Tajriu, $25, thank you. Lucy Tax plus its payday. Thank you so much, Tajriu. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you for being so generous with me today. Thank you. Thank you. We might look into the Georgian thing as well. Thank you. Well, it's payday. Thank you. I'm gonna drink some water from the excitement. I had so many adventures today. I'm gonna translate that interview with the religious patriot. I'm gonna upload it as soon as possible. Oh yeah, my monetization on YouTube is off for now because I couldn't verify my address because I'm waiting for the special code to come to my mail, but it's not coming to my mail. It's not in the mail. So the time has quietly passed for me to verify my address and YouTube has just turned monetization off. So until I get that number from the mail, I guess my channel is not monetized anymore for now. I see you removed the noise. I was turning down my volume in preparation. I think on this screen there is no noise. That's whack. It is. It is what it is though. I really hope that Ukrainians have prepared smart and creative ways to defend Kharkiv. I mean, Ukraine itself does not seem to be worried about the city proper being attacked by Russian ground forces. And President Zelensky has said that Ukraine has prepared itself for an attack from the north, so far so good. President of Ukraine Volodymyr Zelensky has been informed by the chief of the ground forces, Alexander Syrsky, that on the entirety of the front line there are heavy battles, difficult battles, especially on the Kharkiv and Pokrovsky and on the Donetsk region front. Zelensky has said that the chief boss has informed about solutions that will help give more possibilities to the Ukrainian soldiers. On the 10th of May, yeah, this is about the new offensive from the north. Heavy fighting all around. And of course there's been an evacuation. We've read all about all of that already. Let's see if the map has been updated. Deep State map live. Oh yeah. The Deep State map has been updated. We're gonna switch it to English so that all of you can understand it together with me. React. The enemy advanced in Krasnohorivka. So here. The enemy has advanced here, as you can see. Valutina Street. So the enemies, as I've said before, while the north is happening, there are still battles happening here. I hope I'll see you soon again, Greater Eight. Pervomaiska. So here, there's been an advancement here. Russia is really trying to gain as much ground as fast as possible now, throwing everything that it has because of just, you know, sooner or later that aid will come to Ukraine and Russia is just trying to take advantage of as much as it can in the meantime. Tailove. Over here. This should not be happening, by the way. This whole situation, I've said it a million times, this should not be happening. This is all due to inadequate aid and to aid being blocked for 6 months. That's what happens when aid is being blocked for so long. An advancement here. And of course, we have the advancements in the north. We'll see how this situation in these unknown gray areas will change as time goes on. Here, of course, there's the advancement here. Here, gosh, it's like no kidding. Like there's heavy fighting all over the front line. No kidding. There you go. The situation is pretty tough, as you can see. But let's not despair. I believe that sooner or later the aid will start. Like the logistics of delivering aid is just not good, in my opinion. It's just not good. Like in reality, considering just how much the West has declared that it's here for the long run, the reality is that if it takes so long to deliver the aid to the front line, it should look like this. You organize the transportation beforehand, before a new package is sort of approved, and then when the package is already approved, you sort of move the aid to the front line from as near a position to Ukraine as possible. You should just have the weapons waiting in Poland near the border, like in the lanes, ready to be shipped right away. That is how it should be with all the weapons. The weapons should be just waiting near the border for the approval of new aid packages, and it should be sent straight away. Because then possibly I would not be hearing that that the main part of aid will get to the front line in several months, which is what I'm hearing now. Which is unfortunately what I'm hearing now. And that makes me angry. But let's see what the situation is with the Georgia protest, which I will remind to everybody that the Georgia protest is about the government trying to push the foreign agent law, which means that any organization, press organization, and other organization that receives any funding from abroad will have to register itself as a foreign agent, which creates many restrictions on said organization, which apparently is a thing that mirrors a Russian law, a similar Russian law which has been implemented in Russia years ago. Also, interestingly enough, it mirrors a law that Hungary had implemented, and from what I've heard, the backlash against Hungary was so big that Hungary actually had to step back from that law. Hungary actually had to move away from that law, from this sort of foreign agent. I have to maybe, if Karasu will be here next time, I'll sort of ask. From what I've heard, Hungary had to back away from its version of the foreign agent law because of the backlash in the European Union about it. Although, of course, Hungary still found a way to crack down on the free media, so Let's see if there are any news within the last hour. Georgia is on the brink of revolution. From pandemic to protests, the class of 2024. What? Let's check out the Spectator. Georgia is on the brink of revolution, which a lot of people, as I've said before, have compared what's happening in Georgia to Euromaidan, which I guess the similarities are that the government trying to crack down on civic rights, the citizens not having it and starting a huge protest. Of course, while Euromaidan has led to the president of the crooked regime to flee to Russia, it is still uh, not fully known as to what the results of the Georgian protests will be. The protesters themselves have said many times that without the aid of the West, it will be very difficult for the protests to be successful. And the government itself is cracking down on the protests and is moving ahead to push for the bill to become law. So cracking down with gas, with violence against the protesters, and still moving ahead with sort of voting on the bill to pass it into law. So the situation in Georgia is actually quite tense. It's quite extreme. For weeks, the Rustaveli Avenue in Tbilisi has looked like a battlefield. Thousands of protesters, mostly in their 20s, have been met by riot police armed with tear gas, water cannons, and rubber bullets. On the face of it, the protest is about a new repressive bill in its final reading in the Georgian parliament. In reality, it's the struggle between a government that is turning towards Moscow and a citizenry who, by and large, believe the future lies with Europe. So that is like the other, I guess, similarity that you could draw between this and Euromaidan, because Euromaidan was very much about Yanukovych sort of breaking the promise of wanting, of sort of going ahead with the integration with Europe, and suddenly at night switching gears to go towards Moscow. And here sort of Georgia has fairly recently received the status of a candidate for the European Union, and this sort of thing just undermines, sort of cuts the effort of Georgia to become part of the European Union, which what all of this is also about. A country trying to get as far away, at least the citizens, the government not so much. The government is trying to align itself more with Russia, it seems, and the citizens are not having it. The citizens would want to get as far away from Russia as possible, which is understandable for any person that knows what being in the Russian sphere of influence entails. So I guess as a Polish person, I can certainly understand what that means. I understand why the Georgian people would want to move towards the European Union rather than Russia. That is what Poland wanted as well. Poland was very in a hurry to join the European Union as fast as possible and to join NATO as fast as possible, to get away from Russia as far away as possible. The crunch point comes next week when the Georgian parliament will vote on a bill which, if passed, would label as a foreign agent any political or civil society pressure group that received more than 20% of its funding from abroad. The bill replicates a Russian law which allows the Kremlin to hound independent media and opposition voices. Such a law would also dash any hope of Georgia joining the European Union. So, yeah, of course, because it would crack down on human rights, you know? It would be a serious um, hamper on democracy. And the European Union is not in the business of uh, states that play with controlled democracy. This week, in reaction to the government's heavy handed attempts to disperse the protesters, more than 30 members of the European Parliament called on Belarus to withdraw Georgia's EU membership candidate status. See, this is what it's all about. Georgia has the EU membership status, and it's just about to lose it because the Georgian government has decided that its fate will not be with the EU but with Russia instead. I guess if you were to go into the offensive realist school, you could say that Georgia is attempting to bandwagon with Russia, I guess, because Russia is, I don't know, threatening the region, so Georgia wants to preempt it and sort of uh, bandwagon, sort of to join the Russia sphere of influence. Georgia's President Salam Zorabichvili has vowed to veto the foreign agent bill after the third reading, but the parliament has enough votes to overrule her. If the bill passes, it could mean revolution. Georgia, a country of 4 million people, wedged between Turkey and Russia, has already overthrown one leader in its recent history, Eduard Shevardnadze, who was accused of election rigging. That was the Rose Revolution in 2003, which put Georgia on a pro-Western path. Russia responded 4 years later when Moscow-backed separatists seized about 20% of Georgian territory. South Ossetia and Abkhazia have remained under Russian occupation ever since, one of Vladimir Putin's so-called frozen conflicts. It does ring familiar, doesn't it? It does ring familiar. When Russian tanks rolled towards Kyiv in 2022, the EU responded to Putin's aggression by opening up paths to membership for Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. The EU accepted Georgia as a candidate state last December, although the government had not fulfilled the usual accession criteria. Some 80% of Georgians want their country to join the EU, but Bidzina Ivanishvili, an oligarch who made his money in Russia, former prime minister and leader of the governing Georgian Dream Party, remains the main power broker. Officially, he advocates a third way for Georgia, staying close to Moscow while pursuing EU and NATO membership. But he has never liked the EU's emphasis on curtailing oligarch power, de-oligarchization, which is a good thing, by the way. I don't think I have to explain why de-oligarchization is a good thing for a country. Which, of course, will be as well thing for Ukraine because oligarchs exist in Ukraine as well. And he has played a double game, applying for EU membership to assuage public opinion while making sure Georgia never passes the reforms it needs to be accepted. So it was just a one big hoax, a one big sham, one big smokescreen to just be close to Russia and pretend to want to join the European Union. Georgian Dream, which he founded in 2012, won power in the last 3 general elections on a pro-EU platform, but has been doing its best to annoy Brussels by refusing to join sanctions on Russia and making friendly overtures to China. Beijing has in turn invested more than £1 billion in highway infrastructure. Pounds? Why pounds? I feel dumbfounded for some reason. It's pounds. Are they British? Maybe. Maybe this publication is just British. More than £1 billion in highway infrastructure in Georgia and is planning to build a port in Anaklia on the Black Sea, a strategically important stop on the trade route known as the Middle Corridor. In theory, Georgia wants to join the democratic world. In practice, the government is busy tightening its links with autocracies, which because Georgia probably has ambitions to be an autocracy itself, as evidenced by the foreign agent law. I've actually read the draft for this law. It's indeed pretty bad. I think that goes without saying. I don't think I'm making some amazing, brilliant observation when I say that this bill is in fact pretty bad. Georgians have noticed this, which is why the governing party's poll ratings have plummeted. But Ivanishvili is prepared to use any means to stay in power. Propaganda, disinformation, the opposition, even alleged vote rigging, and of course violence as of late against the protesters. A lot of violence against the protesters. The proposed new law could open the door to members of any group deemed a foreign agents being denied access to public stations and having no resource to call out foul play in elections, as has happened in Russia. Even now, dozens of Facebook adverts funded by the government are targeting the protesters, portraying them as instigators of a Western-backed revolution and labeling them LGBT propaganda actors. Of course, it all goes back to the LGBT. Always. Of course. The LGBT is just responsible for all evil in the world. Obviously. Obviously, if there is something bad in the world, the LGBT is behind it. That's how it all works. That is how reality works. Amazing. The LGBT propaganda actors. LGBTs are the new Judeo-Bolshevism. I mean, I've listened about. Well, just wait for the interview. It's gonna be worth it. You're gonna enjoy the new translated interview that I've done. It has a full. It is good. It has a good, I think, 7 minutes on the LGBT. A 7-minute rant on the LGBT. The best thing about it is when I asked, because I asked a lady during the interview, so is it okay for a man and a woman to kiss in public? And she said, yeah, of course. What's wrong with that? If I want to kiss my husband, mwah, on the, near a bus station, what's wrong with that? And then she said she had to go, so I asked the husband, okay then, so tell me what makes two men kissing in public abnormal. And he didn't know how to answer. He had no answer. All he could say was, well, I think it's abnormal. And I asked, okay, what makes it abnormal? What makes it abnormal? Well, it's just is abnormal. Oh, okay. It's abnormal because it's abnormal. In other words. Okay, let's just continue with the article. That interview was something else. Police have also targeted opposition leaders in the crowds of protesters outside parliament. Levan Kabayishvili, chair of the United National Movement, the main opposition party, suffered a facial fracture. Meanwhile, Mikhail Saakashvili, former president and leader of the Rose Revolution, remains in prison, viewed as pro-Western rival. See? Like the leader of the previously successful revolution is now in prison. How things change, don't they? Ivanishvili controls several major TV channels and uses them to push propaganda and slander his opponents. Ivanishvili has also started to promote pro-Moscow conspiracy theories. In a rare TV appearance last week, he said that Georgia is being used as a pawn in a confrontation with Russia by a Western global war party. Oh, I've heard the global war. We've discussed this before, the global war party thing. You know? The West, he claimed, wants to open a second anti-Russian front in Georgia, which was why the new law was needed. Ridiculous. Like that is so ridiculous on its face that is just, I don't know who would believe this other than a totally brain dead person. Even the Ukrainian government has been accused of preparing a coup in Georgia. Georgian Dream vacillates between alleged neutrality regarding the war in Ukraine and open attacks, says Tina Bokuchava, leader of the United National Movement. The truth is that they are betting on a Russian victory. The protesters' strategy is quite straightforward. Georgian Dream were forced to withdraw the bill last year because of protests. With Georgia's political opposition dispersed between lots of small parties, these street protests represent the only form of cohesive resistance, although Bokuchava says negotiations to unite the opposition parties have begun. There isn't much time. Parliamentary elections are set for October. Joe Biden's administration has lambasted the foreign agent bill, and 14 U.S. senators have sent a warning letter threatening to impose sanctions on politicians who vote for it. Ivanishvili is already scrabbling to secure his global assets before the international sanctions are imposed. Parliament has recently passed laws allowing him to do that. Such pressure on the oligarchs can be effective, says Bokuchava. Ivanishvili has to feel the consequences of adopting that law, while Georgian people need to see that the EU and the US are standing by them. So again, this is all up to Western aid. Again, a situation in which sort of whether or not a country will prevail to move towards democracy depends heavily on how much the democratic countries will be willing to support that effort. She sees Ivanishvili's support for the foreign agent bill as a part of a broader global picture. This is part of a civilizational war that Russia is fighting against Ukraine and the West. Ivanishvili is choosing the wrong side of history and is trying to drag the Georgian people down into that political abyss. But the Georgian people are saying, we are not going down with you. And that mood and that determination can really be felt if you walk the streets of Tbilisi. Yeah, they say we'll never again be enslaved by Russia, which again, any country that has ever been enslaved by Russia will understand this sentiment perfectly. The main slogan of the rallies, yes to Europe, no to Russian law, has morphed in recent days to no to Russian law, no to the Russian government. The Rose, Orange, and Maidan revolutions were all driven by a sense of democratic optimism, the hope that it is possible to escape from Putin's claws. With Russia pushing back Ukraine's front line, that feels far from certain at present. There is a sense in Tbilisi that time may be running out. The historic movement is now, says Bokuchava. That window of opportunity that exists to join the EU now was not there a couple of years ago. We don't know when that window might open up again. Svitlana Morenets is a Ukrainian journalist on the staff of The Spectator. Subscribe to her weekly email, Ukraine and Focus here. So yeah, we are seeing a case of Georgia believing Russia to be a winner in this, and Georgia trying to bandwagon, and Georgian citizens just not agreeing to it, just not allowing for such a thing to pass. Whew. And now, let's look at my favorite page. This is interesting. I'm gonna read. One moment, I'm gonna be back. I have to go to the toilet. We're gonna read an article on Palestine because Poland seems to be a surprisingly pro-Palestine country. I'm just as surprised as you are, but you know, surprises do happen, and when they do, bam. Bam. I'll be right back. I am returned. I am back. Wow, thank you, thank you. And Russia isn't playing chess, it's only West who's playing. Yes. The West is playing Go. Okay, I'm ready to read the article. I'm ready to learn just how pro-Palestinian Poland is today. Poland among countries that back permanent membership status for Palestine at UN. Isn't that a development? Permanent membership. Poland voted in favor of the resolution supporting the granting of permanent membership status to Palestine at the United Nations. The UN General Assembly passed the resolution on Friday, which supported by 143 countries, including Poland. 9 countries were against the resolution, and there were 25 abstentions. I wonder what the 9 countries against were. Again, I wonder which were those. What were those 9 countries? I want to know now. I'm curious. I want to see a breakdown of this by countries. Since the granting of permanent member status must be approved by the Security Council, the General Assembly called for the reconsideration of the proposal to provide the Palestinians with this right. According to the UN Charter, potential UN members must love peace, and the Security Council must recommend their admission to the General Assembly for final approval. In 2012, Palestine became a non-UN observer state. The draft resolution determines that the state of Palestine is eligible for membership, abandoning the original wording that the General Assembly considers it a peace-loving state. The document recommends that the Security Council reconsider the request for membership status favorably. Along with 142 other countries, Poland voted in favor of the resolution enhancing Palestine's status in the UN. Our vote stems from Poland's recognition of the Palestine Declaration of Independence from 1988 and is consistent with our previous stance on self-determination and statehood. I mean, it sort of makes sense that Poland would have that sort of stance on self-determination. In the final draft, the wording that would have put Palestine on an equal footing with member states was dropped. Among other things, there is a provision on the voting issue. The state of Palestine has no voting rights in the General Assembly. The list of new privileges includes granting Palestine the right to speak on all issues, not just those related to the Palestinians and the Middle East, to propose agenda items and respond in debates, the right to be elected chairman of the Assembly's main committees, and the right to participate in UN and international conferences convened by the organization. On April 18th, the US vetoed a widely supported Security Council resolution that would have paved the way for Palestine's full membership in the UN. Deputy US Ambassador to the UN, Robert Wood, acknowledged on Friday that his country voted against the resolution, although he favors a two-state solution. I sort of expected that the US would be against, to be quite honest. I sort of saw this thing. I sort of saw this. Sort of saw that coming. Oh, I just got a full list. Let's go. Want to see. But yeah, I sort of expected the US to be against for some reason. So A is, I guess, a non-vote. Yes is yes, Y is yes, and N is no, yeah? So, United States, no. Let's see what other countries were. Vietnam is yes, of course. Vietnam knows what's good. What other countries are no? Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea. I don't know why this country would. Palau. Nauru? Federated States of Micronesia? Okay. Of course, Israel would vote no. I mean, that's a no-brainer. Of course, Israel would be nope. Hungary voted no. Well, interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why Hungary voted no. On that particular issue. That's curious. It's sort of businesses that Hungary have with in relation to Palestine. Yeah, Micronesia is basically USA extra vote, I heard. Okay, that makes sense. Haiti is yes. Haiti is yes. So the last no was Hungary. Argentina, damn, the home of bad empanada is a no. Wasn't bad empanada like super aggressively pro Palestine? Orban has good relation with Netanyahu, I see. Well, that makes sense then. They had shared the same advisors at one point too. Well, that now it makes super sense. Now the no on Hungary makes super sense. Argentina, the home of bad empanada, voted no. Even though bad empanada is so pro-Palestine that it borders on anti-Semitism. Czechia is no. That surprises me. That is actually a bit of a surprise. Really? Czechia, the Czech Republic, is against. Now that I would like to know. Do they also have some great relationship with Netanyahu? Did they also share advisors or something? What's the story there behind the Czech Republic being pro against this? What's the story there? Poland is for. Poland is yes, but Czechia is no? That is very weird. That is so random. Seemingly random from my perspective. I have to look into it more to know why the Czech Republic voted no. Canada is just abstained. Italy abstained. Latvia abstained. Romania abstained. One factor could be weapon trade. That could be a factor. But then a good option would be to just abstain. If there's like a weapon traffic thing. Austria abstained. Albania abstained. Bulgaria abstained. Quite a lot of countries abstained. Germany abstained. Georgia abstained. Czechoslovakia had traded weapons with Israel, but even today you have trade. I feel like if it's about trade, then abstaining would be the best course of action, sort of. But maybe it would not be viewed favorably to abstain. Republic of Moldova so abstained. Switzerland. Okay, let's continue the article. I guess at least Poland was for. So the US vetoed it. On April 18th, the US vetoed a widely supported Security Council resolution that would have paved the way for Palestine's full membership in the UN. Deputy US Ambassador to the UN Robert Wood acknowledged on Friday that his country voted against the resolution. Although he favors a two-state solution, he reiterated that there is a process for obtaining full membership in the United Nations. He saw direct negotiations with Israel as the best way to ensure Palestine's full UN membership. He saw direct negotiations of who? The US. Who would be doing the direct negotiations with Israel? Unlike the Security Council and the 193-member General Assembly, there is no veto. The resolution was approved by an overwhelming majority. Representatives of most of the states speaking after the vote supported a two-state solution to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So that's it. Poland did a good. Poland acted admirably for once. For once, Poland did the correct thing. We can all be glad. We can all be proud of Poland's achievement of choosing to be. I mean, it makes sense for Poland, right? Poland had its own share of problems with its self-determination being rejected. So, I don't know, from my perspective, it just sort of makes sense for Poland to vote yes on this. We've already talked about Russian troops marching on, attacking in the north of Ukraine. Why not look into this? Poland ready to support Ukraine's EU accession. This is actually on. This is a very timely article because, as we know, Georgia's European Union accession is now just basically up in the air since Georgia decided to adopt the whole foreign agent law, and Georgia's in the middle of a huge protest that might as well just turn into a revolution should the law be passed. So Georgia's accession into the EU is a big question mark now as to what if Georgia will end up in the democratic world or in the sphere of influence of Russia. But in the meantime, Ukraine's accession process seems to be going forward. I mean, if self-determination would be the main factor, Czech Republic or Hungary should have voted that way too. Sort of. Although I would say that at least Hungary's sort of trajectory went a little bit differently than Poland's, because Poland was considered basically a non-entity on the international stage until the end of World War One, and Hungary, at least on paper, was sort of considered an entity. You know? And yes, I'm saying at least on paper. Like when Poland was formed after World War One, everybody just basically, at least in the region, Russia, Germany, basically all they called it as a fake country that should just be, that should not exist. I'm not sure if the same sentiment was thrown about Hungary after World War One, that Hungary was just a bastard creation of the Versailles Treaty or something. Maybe it was a thing. I genuinely don't know if Hungary was called an artificial state that should not exist after World War One. I know there was a thing about Poland. I would be actually interested if such rhetoric was used against Hungary after World War One. Oh, Fake Car Park has donated $5. Hello, here's a good bunk. Not an official state, but there was aim to destroy, take apart as much as it could be. So basically, it's the same thing, isn't it? If, like, even if it's not called an artificial state, if anybody is just basically saying we should just take it apart and not leave anything, then it's basically like saying it's an artificial country through actions and not words. Like, it's basically a distinction almost without a difference in my mind. If neighboring countries sort of decide we should just take this country apart, you know? Almost feels like a distinction without a difference. In practice, at least. All states are artificial. You can find a naturally occurring country. I mean, that's true. That's true. But there's a specific meaning behind what countries meant when they said that Poland was an artificial country. There's a specific meaning invoked when countries said that about Poland. Poland ready to support Ukraine's European Union accession process. The Polish foreign minister on Friday confirmed Poland's readiness to support Ukraine in its accession process to join the European Union. During a meeting with First Deputy Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Andriy Sybiha in Warsaw on Friday, Minister Radosław Sikorski, Polish Foreign Minister, confirmed Poland's readiness to support Kyiv in its EU accession process and to share Poland's experience from its EU accession and 20 years of EU membership. Actually, I have materials here, right here in this very thing. Second Congress, Warsaw, 29th, 30th, 2003. I have this thing here which has documents which actually discuss what Poland needs to do in order to join the European Union. I went through some of it on stream once. I went through some of it. Polish economy, year 2003. What's next? And this is basically says what needs to be done for Poland to be able to join. Like sort of, for example, it says here the development of institutions of sort of local governments, local governance, the state of the infrastructure of the state, privatization, GDP, uh, defending of the client, freedom of trade, open market, making sure to like transparency, equal treatment, and equal access to information. There's a lot of points here. Point 10, poverty and social exclusion. This point is interesting. I'm actually going to translate point 10, poverty and social exclusion. In 2001, 9.5% of people lived beneath the existential minimum. 9.5% of society lived below the poverty line in 2001. In 1996, it was only 4.3%. In 2001, 5.5 million people used some form of social welfare, and only some of the data shows just how much impact the transformation after 1989 had. A wide amount of poverty, absolute poverty, and growing inequality, which leads to social exclusion, has to be viewed as something negative and as something that affects the GDP overall, and it leads to the creation of a big gap between earnings, and it also leads to a big gap in employment. See? An interesting point, huh? So this is all sort of the things, European Union things. The reforms that, with the goal of meeting sort of the level of the European Union's sort of standards. Very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff indeed. And it's all in here. The Polish Foreign Ministry wrote in a statement, according to the Foreign Ministry, the meeting focused on preparations for a peace summit in Switzerland, cooperation in security, and the prospects for Ukraine's EU accession. The Polish Foreign Minister expressed full support for the peace formula proposed by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and declared Poland's readiness to further financially and militarily support Ukraine's fight. And this is basically the topics of the discussion includes the upcoming peace summit in Switzerland, Poland's support for fighting Ukraine, and the prospects of its accession to the European Union. Switzerland has invited over 160 countries to the forthcoming peace conference for Ukraine to be held on June 15-16. According to the Swiss government, Russia, which does not want to participate in this stage of talks, has yet not been invited but must be included in the process. Okay. So this is it. This is the great Poland supporting Ukraine and its accession to the European Union, which makes me glad. Oh, let's read this. It explains why the Czech Republic has voted against the accession into the UN of Palestine. I think it's interesting. I think it's worth reading on stream. I think it's an article worth sort of. It's a thing worth educating ourselves on. The Czech army is currently implementing a number of modernization projects in cooperation with Czech companies and major foreign partners, which are supplying high-end weapons and electronic systems. Among the most important partners is the State of Israel, with Israeli companies cooperating mainly on the modernization of air defense systems. However, they have much more to offer in the future. So that right here is the reason probably why the Czech Republic voted no to the Palestinian plight. It's business. It's pure business. The Czech Republic has traditionally had very good relations with Israel at the political and cultural level, but in addition to this economic cooperation, foreign trade, and in recent years defense cooperation have been strengthening. It is certainly worth remembering that the Czech Republic is Israel's most important trading partner in Central Europe, with a trade volume many times higher than that of Poland, Austria, Slovakia, or Hungary. Moreover, the very good trade balance with Israel is still growing. So that also explains why Poland did not feel the need to vote no, but just voted yes. With Czech exports to Israel increasing by Czech 4.2 billion and Israeli imports to the Czech Republic by Czech 2.2 billion last year alone, which shows that Czech companies are able to assert themselves on the demanding Israeli market and that Israeli companies, which are often among the world's top companies, have something to offer Czech customers. The uniqueness of Czech-Israeli relations was recently underlined by the fifth joint meeting of the Czech and Israeli government in Prague. Unfortunately, due to current events, this did not happen. However, the attack on Israel has once again demonstrated how important it is to invest in the defense capability and modernization of the army. It is no coincidence that Israel has become a major partner in building modern air defense for the Czech Republic. What is more, the Israeli side not only supplies cutting-edge systems for the Czech armed forces, but also involves Czech companies and experts in the projects and transfers the necessary know-how to the Czech Republic. In the end of 2019, the Czech government signed a contract for the purchase of 8 ELTA LM 2084 MMR radars of the Mother category to replace the long-standing Soviet systems, which should have been decommissioned by then. This was the first swallow that kicked of the long-delayed modernization of Czech airspace protection. According to the contract by the manufacturer, ELTA Systems was to deliver the radars by this year. It fulfilled this commitment, although the implementation of the radars into the Czech Army's command and control system, some of whose components are not up to date, was very challenging. However, the Israeli and Czech specialists managed to pull off the feat and integrate the modern radars into the Czech environment to the satisfaction of the Czech army. Czech companies such as Retia from Pardubice, which was responsible for the production of some key components, and Tatra Trucks from Koprivnice, which produced special chassis, were also involved in the production and delivery of the radars. Other key systems that Czech army will receive from Israel as part of the modernization are Spider air defense missile systems, including additional ELTA-L M2084 radars. The contract was signed at the end of 2021, with all 4 batteries to be delivered by 2026. Czech companies will be involved in production and delivery alongside state institutions such as the Military Technical Institute. The Spider systems belong to the short-range category SHORAD. It would thus be advisable to complement this system with medium to long-range systems in the future. Here, another Israeli system, the Barak MX from Israel Aerospace Industries, which was recently chosen by Slovakia as a future pillar of its air defense, is proposed. The Barak MX is a proven system used by the Israeli military to defend Israeli territory from attacks by Palestinian extremists, and has found its way to other countries as well. Moreover, it is compatible like the Spider system with the ELTA radars that the army has already incorporated into its armament. In addition to air defense, the Czech army also needs this cooperation with between the Czech Republic and Israel is like really in depth. Like the Czech army also needs to significantly improve its capabilities in the area of unmanned reconnaissance and long-range combat vehicles, drones, which can perform long-term reconnaissance missions and also carry smart weapons and guided munitions, are not yet available to the Czech army. It has only small and mini tactical UAVs suitable for smaller units. In the field of reconnaissance and combat drones, Israeli companies are among the world's leaders, and it is not surprising that the Czech army has recently chosen the Heron 1 type in the latest specification as a new means of strategic reconnaissance and for combat deployment, which is effectively operated, for example, by the German Bundeswehr. Heron 1 is one of the most powerful medium-sized drones, which can undertake reconnaissance flights of tens of hours and provide important information and data in real time to various levels of command. It can also attack remote targets with precision weapons, even in areas where deploying conventional manner aircraft would be highly risky. While the Army's command has recently postponed the acquisition of these powerful UAVs until a later date, the experience of the war in Ukraine clearly shows that UAVs of this category have an indispensable role in modern conflict. The above-mentioned projects are proof that the very good relations between the Czech Republic and Israel are becoming more important than ever. The potential of Czech-Israeli relations is far from being fulfilled, let alone exhausted. Their development depends not only on politicians but also on businessmen, academic experts, and students in both countries. Let us therefore continue to work on the continuation of the story, that first chapter of which was written by Thomas Garrigue Masaryk himself during his visit to the future Israel in 1927, a story that shows that smaller democratic states can survive and prosper even in the most unfavorable conditions, and that regardless of their size and population, they can positively influence the whole world, says Paweł Smutny. What a surname. Smutny. President of the Czech-Israeli Joint Chamber of Commerce. What a surname. Paweł Smutny. Czech Republic is now focusing on domestic industry as well as partners from the European Union, the USA, and Israel in the field of security and military modernization, which is positive news. On the one hand, these are reliable partners with high-end weapon systems, but it is also an appropriate diversification, as dependence on only one supplier could have a negative impact in the future. Question mark. So there you go. We've done it. We've read this important article, which has explained, at least to me, has given me the answer to the question of why did the Czech Republic vote no. Now we have this answer. And now I would like for all of the active members of the chat to vote. New Vegas versus one more topic. New Vegas topic. New Vegas topic. New Vegas or topic? Topic. Any other voters? One vote is not enough. More voting. Vote. I will destroy democracy. Jesus. Where is the poll? Do you do your part? I don't know how to start a poll on the page, unfortunately. Somiostatic knew, but Somiostatic's not here right now. I think Somiostatic's not here. Okay, New Vegas. Wow, so it seems like we have a tie between New Vegas and Topek. As you all know, one of the Paul brothers is preparing to box former boxer and convicted. I did not know that, no. I did not know that, no. I see. Okay, fake Alec Kyle Parker. Vote. Topic or New Vegas? Vote. Vote with your wallet. Vote with your wallet. Topic. I see. Well, we've had a comment by the White House on a possibility that the whole thing on the northern border, because as we know from today, from just today, whoa, just like that meme, today I will vote for a third party. Just from this stream, we have learned that Russia has attacked the Kharkiv Oblast with 50,000 soldiers, I believe. And so, the White House, certainly possible that Russia prepares a larger offensive on Kharkiv, that it's launched the attack and that it's gonna send big reinforcements to launch a bigger attack. And the US is not excluding that possibility. US National Security Council spokesperson John Kirby did not rule out that the uptick in Russian attacks at Ukraine's northeastern border on May 10th may be a preparation for a larger offensive on the city of Kharkiv, Reuters reported. Which many people have actually said that it is pretty improbable for Russia to be able to capture Kharkiv. But I wonder what the US says. Let's see. Let's see what the US has to say on this. Ukraine's defense ministry reported earlier in the day that Russian forces launched an attempt to break through in Kharkiv Oblast. Zelensky later confirmed that Russia was carrying out new offensive operations in the area, probably desperately trying to gain as much as possible before the aid arrives. Washington is working around the clock to provide Ukraine with defense supplies, Kirby said, which again, apparently the bulk of the aid approved by the US um, will arrive in Ukraine and within several months. US President Joe Biden authorized earlier on May 10th a $400 million military aid package for Kyiv, which includes artillery shells, air defense missiles, armored vehicles, and other munitions. Well, the question is how many shells, how many missiles, how many armored vehicles? This is a crucial question, okay? Because if it's some sad amount, then it's just stalling at best. It is certainly possible that the Russians are setting themselves up for a larger assault on Kharkiv, Kirby said, citing signs that Russia appears to be preparing to use long-range fire within the range of the city. Kirby also said, which would be probably, in my opinion, an attempt by Russia to terrorize the population and make it sort of evacuate, to create more displacement and more refugee crises, because that is part of Russian warfare. Kirby also said that Russia may achieve some advances in the coming weeks, but breakthroughs are unlikely as the influx of US assistance will help Ukraine withstand the attacks. Well, that depends on when the aid will arrive, AFP reported. Moscow recently intensified attacks against Kharkiv, which had a population of 1.4 million in 2021, with the use of missiles, glide bombs, and drones, destroying energy infrastructure and killing civilians. You're not going to do that if you're not also thinking about some other larger assault directly on the city, the spokesperson added. The heavy fighting is ongoing along the entire front line, Zelensky said in his evening address. Ukraine's general staff reported that defensive battles continue in Kharkiv Oblast. Russia is reportedly using infantry and equipment to advance. The fighting for several border settlements that were considered to be the gray zone is ongoing, according to the statement. So, on an unknown area, so to speak. Russian forces failed to take Kharkiv in the first weeks of the full-scale invasion, despite the fact that the city lies less than 30 kilometers from the Russian border, which is a sad display in Russia's part and reason to be happy for all of us. Russia would need years to occupy Kharkiv, Alexander Pivnenko, the commander of Ukraine's National Guard, said amid the looming threat of renewed attack. But maybe because there's also the possibility that the capturing of Kharkiv is not even the goal, that the goal is just to divert as much forces from other places to the defense of Kharkiv and Kharkiv areas so that Russians can basically unobstructed commence operations elsewhere. That might as well also be a possibility when we are, since we're theory crafting on what the reason for this sort of direction of attack might be. Okay, we've done a short topic. I'm gonna have to creatively do some creative editing with this one. Creatively splice it all together to sort of create a coherent segment about the northern attack on Ukraine. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it like a family of nations. So now we can be proud of ourselves and play a game. We've done real life things, off real life things. We've done quite a lot today. Okay, we've been streaming for 4 hours almost. We can be proud of ourselves and play some game, I believe. And also, if you are enjoying the stream, remember you can always support your favorite streamer via donation, because I am always desperate for money. Always remember. Wow, my views are improving, actually. I'm going to try to upload the interview tomorrow from the protest, because that one's pretty funny. It's a pretty good interview. And by good, I mean hilarious. Not actually super good. It's hilarious. Should I enter the... Should I get the early access to Hades too? Do you think? Or do you think that's unnecessary? What do you think? Oh, the manual. Oh yeah, I was doing a quest. I think what I'm looking for... What am I looking for? Quest. Tell James to recruit a sex bot. Okay, where's the sex bot? I vividly remember not being able to find the sex bot place. Put away the gun. Oh god, last time you were in the building where you get it, but now you're not there anymore. Wait, I was? Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. Okay, I was here. I forgot about the whole thing. It's okay. It's about I forgot about the whole ordeal. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to get the disc from someone called Phil, or whatever. Okay, where's Phil? Oh yeah, I have to go to the weapons store. Okay, now it all came back to me. I have to go to the weapons store. I already got the password. I just need to get to the weapons store and get a software thing. Okay, let's remember that this is where the place is. And now let's find the weapons store. It's gonna take me like 10 years to find the weapons store, but that's fine. If I get that robot finally, I deserve like a donut or something from a generous viewer. I believe it's such a delight to watch me play this game. It's like everybody's like, oh, Lucy's doing so well. Lucy is such a natural in this game. So good. So good, so good. Muchos good gameplay. Amazing. Lucy's the best Fallout New Vegas person ever to have graced this game in the world. Wonder if I'll be able to find my way back to the robot place. Oh, that's the thing. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, I guess. We will cross that bridge. How do I get out of here again? Oh, here. Okay. Where's the weapons store? I of course naturally cannot find it.
We've got stuff we're not even allowed to sell, people. Only at Mick and Ralph's.
Oh, Mick and Ralph's. Hold on, where's Mick and Ralph's?
We've got stuff we're not even allowed.
Where's Mick and Ralph's? I need to go to Ralph. Probably better to wait for a polished version. Polished version of what?
You want someone dead?
Oh, Hades
really
too.
dead?
Yeah, maybe.
Stop by the Silver Rush and we'll give you the news.
You might be right. Where's Rick and Ralph? This is so annoying. I could play Hades 1 on stream. Actually. That could work.
You want someone dead? Really dead? Stop by the Silver Rush.
I don't want anybody dead. If I want someone dead, I just do it myself. I don't have to, you know. I'm not desperate.
Hi.
Hello?
If it can be bought, it can be found at Mick and Ralph's.
Where's... You're annoying me, kid.
It can be bought, it can be found at Mick and Ralph's.
Why are you running away from me? Like Anakin Skywalker, which annoys me greatly. Where's Mick and Ralph's? I'm beginning to be annoyed. It's not easy to annoy me. I'm not actually being annoyed. Oh.
Watch out!
Damn.
Can't run from me.
Where's the enemy?
Eat this.
Damn. Your enemy. Whoa, careful, cowboy. So let's go to Rick and Ralph. Which one was Ralph? Which one's Ralph? Are you Ralph?
Playing debt collector for the Garretts, huh? I guess someone has to do their dirty work.
What do I have in stock?
Take a gander.
Wait.
Priority, and this move would not be unexpected. That news was brought to you by the Tops Casino. You'll dig us, baby. We're the Tops. More classics.
Aren't I supposed to buy it? Is there a holotape or anything I'll need for this Xbox?
Well, I don't know of any, but if you give me a few days and some caps, I think I could probably make one on my terminal.
Data modules are rare, but generally useless. How about 100 caps for your work? Ralph, I've been directing a lot of business your direction. Call it a favor. Ooh.
All right. Come back in a couple days, and I should have it ready for you. Thanks for stopping in.
All right, done it. Perfect. Perfection. Yeah, I'll just wait one more 24 hours. Lucy the sweet talker. I know. I do my best. I do my best to impress. All right, let's go. Is it ready? You ready?
Pimping ain't easy, huh? Maybe if you find some decent talent, I'll start visiting the Wrangler more often.
A robot. Is the holotape ready yet?
Yep, here you go.
Yee!
You'll need to use a terminal to upload the data to the robot. Come back anytime.
Is it really at least free? Well, not according to this game. Got him. Got him. Who the... What the hell?
Like that?
What the hell are you? What do you want from me? Why did you attack me? Why did that strange person attack me? That was weird. That was weird. What was it? What is it? Yeah, I'm ignoring you. Who are you?
What do you need? Later.
Damn. Later. Later, potato. What a quaint little town. Full of optimism and love. What a quaint little hamlet. Well,
Wanna get lucky?
oh, the voice actor of Sasuke is playing like 70% of the NPCs. You mean the English voice actor of Sasuke? I watch anime in Japanese. But it is kind of funny. I will admit that it is kind of funny. Listen, Sasuke is a great character. Sasuke! Naruto! Watch the subtitle, but I never grew up watching English Naruto first. Oh, I actually saw the Japanese one first. I remember that as if it was not today. It was definitely not today that I have watched Naruto for the first time. Not today.
You want
Little
someone dead?
giggly giggloo.
Really dead? Stop by the Silver Rush. and-
Really there? Laugh. The heck? Okay. Okay. I have to go to the sex robot building again. You ready for me? You ready? Are you ready? You ready? Well, wow, I cannot find the building anymore. That's quite sad of me. Oh. Oh no, that requires a key. Wrong building. Never mind. I'm lost again. Because I'm not very good at finding my place in the world. Apologies. I'm sorry. I apologize forever. Oh, should be here. Should be here. Nope. It's not here. Wow. I get lost too easily in life. It's kind of sad, actually, if you think about it. Just how easily I get lost. It's the same in real life, so it just shows how realistic this game is. In a strange way. This strange, bizarre way, the game is very realistic. I feel like I'm going not in the right direction. Did you ever meet the lesbian Brotherhood of Steel companion outside New Vegas? She's great. I don't think I have. But I read a whole article about her. And how a trans woman sort of played the game again as an adult. Played as a child and then finished as an adult. Oh, I think we're getting in the right direction at last. Yeah, maybe? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we going in the right direction? I think we are. Maybe. Yes! We did it. What is that awful noise? Let's do this. Fisto!
Fully integrated security technotronic officer active and reporting for duty.
That is a mouthful. Let's turn that to Fisto.
Yes, ma'am. Visto reporting for duty. Please assume the position.
What? No. I suppose I should test you out before I hand you to the guards. Oh my god!
I am programmed for your pleasure. Please assume the position.
My pleasure is for you to work at the Atomic Wrangler.
Visto will report to the Atomic Wrangler for further orders.
Oh my god!
Yes, ma'am.
This is a family-friendly stream, so I would not have tested. If I played it alone, then who knows? Maybe I would have tested it alone. But because this is a family-friendly stream, I do not test, okay? We did it. We've done it. We have done the deed. Hmm? done the deed. Oh. Rabba. Rabba boom. Rabba boom, rabba bam, rabba blah 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 blam. Our official follow team Dix. True. But it's a job like any other. It's just a job. See? Hello.
Welcome back. What can I get you?
I found the sex box you're looking for.
You did? Ha, damn! I've been looking for one of those for years. For my customers, I mean, I'm not into that kind of shit.
Of course. This is already programmed to respond to your commands. Thing is, pistol's a heavy-duty piece of equipment built to last. First, I'd like to discuss payment. This wasn't a cakewalk. Barter.
You're right. Something like this. It's worth a little extra because it's gonna keep on satisfying you.
Jesus!
Those disgusting fetishists, I mean. Something wrong with someone if they gotta fuck a machine. It is! It will? My God, imagine the possibilities. It didn't happen to come with an owner's manual, did it? Ah, forget it. Trial and error should do it.
Wanted a smooth talker for an escort? I found one.
And who would that be?
Santiago's your man.
That honey-mouthed son of a bitch? Fine. At least left to shut up occasionally. Those pretty lips of his are gonna see more traffic than a Brahmin trail in low summer.
Damn! I could use some help with my reputation in freelance. I actually found you an escort who's a ghoul and a cowboy.
Imagine that! What's his name and when's he start?
Her name's Beatrix and she can start immediately.
A she, huh? Well, I guess the customer who made that request can't get everything he wants. Hell, who knows? He might not even notice the difference. Looks like that gives us a full roster of new ass to sell. Good work. Enjoy the bonus.
Alright. Level up!
Yep.
Woo! Done. Forget how great the writing for this game is. True. This is why you love watching me play it on stream.
Another NCR grunt. I hear you've been helping out around town. It's much appreciated, friend.
True. I am your friend. Yep. Any other jobs? Any other quests?
Hey, chum. Welcome back.
Hey, chum.
For the right caps, I might be able to put in a good word, or let people know you're not such a bad guy. What do you have in mind?
Uh-huh.
What do you need, then?
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. I've not done anything. Okay, let's go. I know a place where I can get some quests. So let's go. Actually. So I should save the game. What the? Why can't I exit the... What the... What's wrong with the boy? Why can't I click on anything? What? What? Did the game bug out? Are you kidding me? Did the game just bug out on me? Oh. What the hell? I hope there's an autosave. What the hell happened to me? The game just... Oh. Wait, hold on. Okay. The game was in chat mode or something. I think the game was in chat mode. I didn't even know this game had a chat mode. Let's go to the doctor. Let's go to the doctor district.
Come to the Silver Rush for all your energy weaponry.
Which I don't remember where it is. So I guess it's just blindly looking till I find it.
We've got stuff we're not even allowed to sell,
Oh,
people.
there you go.
Only at
Got
Mick
it.
and Ralph's.
Oh yeah. Doctor, hello.
What's up?
I don't know. What is up?
Are you here to drop off medical supplies? Leave them with the rest in the middle of the courtyard.
You need medical supplies?
Rates of injury and illness in Freeside are very high. Supplies don't last long.
What do you need?
Med-X, Radaway, and Fixer are Freeside essentials. I can't pay you for any supplies you bring in, but I could discount the charge for our services.
Get yourself a deal.
Just come see me when you've got some supplies to turn in. So far, the Crimson Caravan won't cut us a deal. If you can convince them or some other merchant to work with us, I'll discount supplies to you. You might ask around at Mick and Ralph's, or go see the Garretts, though I suspect they're too busy poisoning Freeside to help it out. What do you want to talk about?
Medical services. Is this a quest? It's not a quest.
Hi, do you need assistance? What did you want to know? What did you want to know?
What is this place?
More than rough. It's a damn mess. Freeside townies are constantly picking fights with NCR civilians. Thugs and thieves are always looking for a victim, and the local families are just sitting back making caps on the mess. Freeside is in dire need, but no one has been man enough to step up. The followers can only do so much to stem the tide. There is always something needing done. A few souls here in Freeside could be great assets to the community if they'd kick their addictions. We need a regular supply of medicine organized, but the Crimson Caravan wants too many caps for what we need. Lastly, tensions between the townies and NCR tourists have been going downhill fast lately. A lot of innocent people will get hurt if things blow up. Yes, old Bill Ronte and Jacob Hoff. They're not going to kick their habits on their own. Old Bill Ronte is an exceptionally skilled machinist. He could fix the problems we've been having with Freeside's water pump, if he sobered up. The Garretts hooked Jacob on chems when he was working for them. Ironic, since he used to homebrew detox chems. He's a natural chemist. In Freeside, the drunks and drug addicts flock in and around the Atomic Wrangler. I'd start there.
All right.
What do you want to talk about?
Hey.
Hello. Doing the quest. I'm looking for the addicts.
How are you today? Santiago is fabulous. Goodbye.
Wah, apologies. Whoa. I think I'm supposed to be here. Am I?
Howdy.
What am I even looking for?
Evening.
Howdy.
Goodbye.
The table's more friendly, and the women are just like the booze. Hungry?
Ladies,
Thirsty?
plasma
Horny?
pistols.
The atomic ray-
I'm not sure where to find the addicts and the drunks.
If it can be bought, it can be found at Mick and Ralph's.
Great. What's the sound? What was that sound? Oh, I think that's my addict. We found him. Oh no. I guess not. But this was my addict, but no. Well, okay. I suppose not. Oh,
You have chems, buddy? I could really use a fix.
Free Farkas said you could use some help.
Julie's a saint, but I don't need help. I feel young and strong, as long as I get my chems.
Damn. You look pretty bad, Jacob. You should probably stop using chems.
Why stop? I feel great. No worries. My guy will be here soon enough. Just wait.
Who's supplying you?
If I had 2 caps to scrape together, I'd buy the materials to make my own. My damn hands won't stop shaking. This guy named Dixon. Something about him seems sketchy, but I can't stop now. Last time I stopped, I felt like I was gonna turn inside out. At this point, I'm mostly buying his stuff just so I don't feel sick. Speaking of which, do you have any spare caps?
Goodbye.
Bye.
Take care of the drug dealer. Okay, let's go. Where is the drug dealer? Is that you?
Looking for a fix, man? I got what you need.
That's the dealer.
Yeah, man. Those cats are out of their domes addicted to my shit. They can't get enough. Pretty hilarious to watch. Those fools are from NCR. I love seeing those squatters in agony. We were doing just fine before those shits came here and made a mess of things. We don't need NCR eggheads wandering around confusing things. Really? Ah, you're such a saint. You know what? I might be willing to stop, if there's something in it for me.
So the NCR is supplying you with cheap camps to keep free side down?
Wait, man, you can't go around saying shit like that. Okay, I get your point. You won't have to worry about me supplying those 2 anymore.
Goodbye.
Talk to you later.
Should have killed him. Should just shot him. Actually.
So you're back. Got any chems for me yet?
You took care of that dealer, now you can clean up.
What? I need a fix now!
Why don't you help? I want to help you get well, Jacob.
Fine. If you really care so much, then give me some shots of Fixer to calm down these shakes. I'm gonna need at least 10 shots to get me through the week. From there, the followers should be able to help.
Jacob, be strong. You just need the support of your friends to get through this.
I think you're right. I've been through worse.
True.
I'll go to the fort and see if the followers can watch over me while I recover.
True.
Hey, you're the one who's been going around helping people around here, right? The king says to keep up the good work. He said to give you this.
Wow. What did I get? What did I get?
Fine by me.
I've not played The Last of Us 2, by the way. Yeah, I got the robot. I've already finished that quest. I'm already doing a different quest now. You should donate. If you can. I'm playing Elden Ring and listening to your stream. Ah, okay. Oh, thank you for the $20. Oh my god, for getting the robot. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. You're very generous. It is payday after all. Wow, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for choosing me on your payday. So I give you the new news and I give you the playtime, and tomorrow I'll give you history. I will prepare something really special for tomorrow on history. Thank you, thank you. Oh, is that the person that I...
Come on, man, I'm dying here.
Bill, Julie, and the rest of your friends miss you. They need your help.
Oh, Julie, I've really screwed things up. I'll head over to the fort and get some rest. This has gone on too long.
Oh, that was easy. That was easy. Yeah. Yes. Where were you? Where did you stop? Okay, I'll try to find it myself. Whatever. So slow.
You want someone dead? Really dead? Stop by the Silver Rush and we'll
I don't
give
want
you the
anyone
news.
dead. Okay, you lead me. I forgot how to get there. Oh my god.
Wanna get lucky? Head on
Yes,
down to the Atomic Wrangler.
I assume it's somewhere here.
Come to Mick and Ralph's
Yes,
for all your
okay,
shopping
I got
needs.
it now. Perfect. Got it now. I knew it was here. No, I actually didn't.
Can I help you?
Yes. I help with that addiction problem you mentioned.
I saw them. Thank you so much for helping them. This means a lot to the followers of the Apocalypse. You have our thanks. If you need some medical supplies, come see me. With Jacob working with us, we should be able to spare a stim or fixer once a day.
Wow.
Sure. Would you like a stim pack, fixer, or rataway? You'll need to wait another 24 hours for us to get more made. We need everything else we currently have. The big man around here is the king. Not much happens in Freeside that he doesn't know about. He has the most influence locally, and some of his crew haven't helped the situation by harassing NCR citizens and charging double for water. Some NCR soldiers have been bringing in supplies, but none of it is going to Freeside locals. I've tried to speak to both sides to no avail.
Okay. Like, enough news for good works is buzz around that people like you. Okay, so maybe I can go talk to the king now? Also save game. Maybe the king will like me now. She did all the 3 topics. Perfect.
My favorite customer. Got a cap for me?
Nope. Looking for...
Hey, you're the one who's been going around helping people around here, right? The king says to keep up the good work. He said to give you this.
Squirrel and a stick. Okay, I'm gonna follow this person to get to the king. Squirrel and a stick. What a weird reward. What a strange reward.
Shopping needs. If it can be bought, it can be found at Mick and Ralph's.
The king.
Look who's back. If you want to see the king, you better pay up.
I'm new in town and wanted to pay my respects.
You know what? I like you. Half the people around here, they forget who runs this place. Head on through. The king's the bored-looking guy by the stage. Can't fucking miss him.
There we go. We've opened up the King's Lane.
personal space meaning anything to you, lady?
No.
Look, Rexy, someone new's come to see us. Poor boy. He hasn't been feeling well lately. I'm the king. What can I do for you?
What a brainy brain. Was hoping you might have some work for me.
Maybe so. Maybe so. You look like you might be able to handle yourself. Tell you what, you do me a favor, and I'll have some more work for you when it's done. Sound good?
Yes. What do you need me to do?
I'll start you off with something easy. Did you notice the bodyguards for hire near the gates when you entered Freeside?
Yes.
It's good money if you can stay alive long enough. Freeside's not as safe as it used to be, so the money is well earned. Usually well earned, that is. Recently, my man tell me that one of those bodyguards, a fella named Oris, is making a little too much money. He's making a killing in repeat business. Once someone hires him, they never want anyone else. I want you to find out why. Specifically, I want you to hire him. Play the part of an innocent tourist and follow his lead. If nothing happens, so be it. But I'm guessing things won't go so smoothly. Call it a hunch. So, what do you say?
Sure.
Okay then. Once you part ways, return here. I'll look forward to hearing your report. Oh, and take this to cover the hiring cost.
All right.
We've got stuff we're not even allowed to sell, people. Only at Mick and Ralph's. Come to Mick and Ralph's for all your shopping needs.
Is this the person?
Hey. Need some grub? I got you covered. Cheap and filling. You'll be back.
Will I? Oh, that's the person.
If you need to cross Freeside, no one will keep you safer than I will.
How much for your services?
200 caps gets you my watchful eye for a trip to the South Gate.
Okay, I'll hire you.
Done and done. I want to mention a few things up front. In order to ensure your safety, I need you to follow my instructions to the letter. We'll be heading down the main street here the whole way down. No detours. You go off sightseeing, and I go off to find another customer. I'll keep a brisk pace, so try not to fall behind. Now let's head out.
Damn. This is totally not a trap.
Hey, you're the one who's been going around helping people around here,
Jesus!
Right? The king says to keep up the good work. He said to give you this.
Okay, this is getting annoying, actually.
To your left here is the old Mormon fort. You get roughed up, the followers there will patch you right up. Not that I ever need their services. Up ahead on the next block is where the king's
Come
at.
to Mick and Ralph's
Don't let
for
them
all your
scare you.
shopping needs.
They don't outnumber you 5 to 1. Keep clean.
Where's the... Oh.
Down to the right here is the fun part of town. You haven't seen Freeside till you've been to the Wrangler. Hey, slow down. I don't like the look of some of those men ahead. Let's take a different way around. Nothing to worry about. If you had hired one of those other hacks, you'd be up to your ass in lowlife right about now. My thoughts exactly. Time is money, after all. Well, here we are. No worse for wear, are you? I trust that if you need to cross Freeside again, you'll know who to hire.
I messed up the quest. No, I'm loading the game.
Down to the right here is the fun part of town.
I messed
You
up the
haven't
quest.
seen
I
Freeside.
should use my
Into the
intelligence to
handbook.
call him out. We have superior intellect.
Hey, slow down. I don't like the look of some of those men ahead. Let's take a different way around. Nothing to worry about. If you had hired one of those other hacks, you'd be up to your ass in lowlife right about now.
Intelligence. Hey, you only fired 3 shots and there were 4 guys there.
Noticed that, did you? I keenly aimed one of the shots through some soft tissue of one of them to hit the man behind him.
Or just fake this whole thing and to drum up repeat business.
That's an interesting theory you've got there. I'd suggest you keep it to yourself. Let's get moving.
I want all the money you have on you. I could make it to the kings from here.
I ought to take my chances and kill you right here, but you may be right. Here, take this. Don't think this is over, though. I'll have that money back, out of your hide if I have to.
Have I finished the quest?
Well, here we are. I trust you'll keep your mouth shut about the topic we were just discussing, or else.
Okay, let's go back to the king then. Damn. Check the bodies? Oh yeah, I forgot. I keep forgetting. Could kill them, you know. Could kill them all. Would finish the job. No more buddies, no more business. I'm a spiteful person like this.
Personal space meaning anything to you, lady?
Nope. Nope. Where's the king?
Can't wait to hit the Wrangler tonight. Just me and my favorite girl. Hey, what's shaking?
Where's the king? He's gone.
I've been saving up for one of those sweet pistols at the Silver Rush. That'll give me some respect. Hi.
Hey.
You should wait. Should I wait more? Not that long. Just a bit more.
What's up? Hi.
Where's the king? It's ridiculous. How long do I have to wait? Oh, come on. Is he ever here? I have to leave and come back again.
Personal space meaning anything to you?
No. It means nothing to me, actually. Where's the king?
I've got my eye on you. You crossed the kings.
The king's not here.
Hey, pal, what's shaking?
What's shaking is that the king's not here.
I've been saving up for one of those sweet pistols at the Silver Rush. That'll give me some respect.
Where's the king?
What's up?
The king is up. King, come here. Oh my god. Where is he?
Hey.
Why is he gone? What am I supposed to do now?
Hey.
Did the king glitch out forever?
Hey.
I have to look for him. Somewhere around here. Oh yeah, in the office or something. I remember now. Who are you?
You're not a king. Does the king know you're up here?
Yes. None of your beeswax. Chessboard. Oh, the king.
What do you have for me?
Oris is a fraud. He fakes attacks on his clients and then plays hero. Wow, I betrayed him.
So that's how it happens. Okay then, I'll have some guys pull him off the street when no one's looking. You've shown me something, so maybe you can help me with a matter that's a little more important. A lot of folks around these parts who've been here a while resent the sheer number of people that have come into the area since the Strip was built. In turn, the newcomers, most of whom come from the NCR, have gotten ornery from being resented. Sometimes things get violent. This is one of those occasions. Recently, a few friends of mine were attacked, and I want you to find out who did it. Word's come that they just woke up over at the old Mormon fort just north of here. Head on over, see if they remember anything.
Okay. I'll head over right away.
Good. I like that enthusiasm. Return when you have some information we can use.
Alright. Alrighty. Let's go. Let's go to the Mormon fort. All right.
We've got stuff we're not even allowed to sell.
Hey, hold on. Why is the radio not on?
Tell people only at Mick and Ralph's.
That's better. Gee. How was the radio off? It's just not the same without the radio.
Hey, anything going on?
I appreciate how you've been helping us so far.
True. You better.
What is it? Can't you see I want to be left alone with my friend here?
The king asked me to look into your attack.
Oh, that's different then. How can I help? I'll do anything to get the bastards that did this.
Why don't you tell me about the attack?
Well, it happened at night, around 11. We'd recently made some caps off a bit of scrap we found and wanted to invest it wisely. As we were leaving the Wrangler, we must have taken a wrong turn and ended up in the squatter side of town. From out of nowhere, these big guys show up and start barking questions at us, wanted to know if we were locals. The kid there's about as proud as a local around here gets, and started yelling back at him. Then all hell broke loose. Kid got the worst of it, sad to say.
Do you remember anything about the people who attacked you?
They were big guys, young too, no old geezers like me. Hell, none of them looked even half my age. I was mostly face down in the dirt, begging for my life when it happened, so I only got a quick look at them.
How's it get going?
I hope you find the bastards that did this. If you want, try asking my friend Wayne over there about him. He saw more than I did.
Who's Wayne? Where's Wayne?
Wayne, it's okay. The king sent him.
Oh.
That true? Did the king really send you?
Yes, he did, and anything you could tell me about what happened might help.
I don't really know what else I can add. They were a bunch of guys, better dressed than most Freesiders, I guess. That help?
Every bit helps, thanks. You're not hiding something from me, are you?
What? No, I thought you were supposed to be here to help, and here you are making accusations. Hey, wait, I just remembered something. I might have heard one of the guys that attacked us call another by name. We had just about...
I don't want frame reduced, no. Jesus. I'm not reducing the fame. Nope. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I've worked hard for my fame.
What's up?
Thank you very much. Work hard for the fame, thank you.
What is it? Well, as we were... From out... The kid got... They were... I hope you've... Wayne, it's okay.
That true? Did the king really send you?
Yes.
I don't really... Sorry I couldn't help more, especially... Hey, wait, I just remembered something.
There you go, fame gained.
One of the guys that attacked us call another by name. We had just about had it when one of them said, "Hey Lou, we gotta go." At least I think he said Lou. It might have been something else. Now that I think of it, he said Lou something. Something with a T. Tenant, that's what he called him. Lieutenant.
He probably said Lieutenant Wayne. The boy means well, but he's dumb as a mutant sometimes.
So mean.
Hello.
Lieutenant. Lieutenant. The boy means well. He's a dummy dum. Hello, Lieutenant.
What do you need?
Are you a lieutenant? See you later. Lieutenant.
Bye.
You look like a lieutenant.
If it can be bought, it can be found at Mick and Ralph's.
Sure, Lieutenant.
It's gotten so bad that even I think twice before going out at night around here.
Boy's dumb.
Have you found anything out? Or were you just here to chat?
The local men were attacked by soldiers. One of them was identified by rank.
Bunch of soldier boys, huh? They usually don't come around these parts since their big base is on the other side of the strip. If they're coming over here now, it's gotta be for a reason. I didn't want to believe the rumors that they're looking to take over Vegas, but now, if something big is going down, I'm sure rumors of it will have spread. Ask around, particularly in the squatter areas where the NCR folk hang. You might also mosey on over to the Mormon Fort and chat Julie Farkas up. The followers tend to be in the know about these things. Just don't ask her what to do about it. She'll probably ask you to hug someone or something.
Hi.
All right, let's go. Let's do the optional as well. It's always great to have the radio on in this game. Hello?
All I do all day is read magazines. You'd be amazed what you can learn from them.
I see. That was deep. And philosophical.
Personal space meaning anything to you, lady?
Nope. Nope. For the last time, no. It never did, it never will.
We've got stuff we're not even allowed to sell, people. Only at Mick and Ralph's.
To the town of our free rode a stranger one fine day. Hardly spoke to folks around him, didn't have too much to say. No one dared to ask his business, no one dared to make a slip. The stranger there among them had a big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. He came riding from the south side, slowly looking all around. He's an outlaw loose and running, came the whisper from each lip. And he's here to do some business with the big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. In this town there lived an outlaw by the name of Texas Red.
I think she's gone to wait again.
Take him and that many men were dead. He was vicious and a killer, though a youth of 24, and the notches on his pistol numbered 1 in 19 more. 1 in 19 more.
What's up?
Now the stranger started talking, made it plain to folks around. Was in Arizona, ranger, wouldn't be too long in town. He came here to take an outlaw back alive or maybe dead. And
Hello.
he said it didn't matter.
Welcome.
He was after Texas Red. After Texas Red.
I have some. You know anything about NCR soldiers here in...
Only a little. A friend of mine, Major Elizabeth Kieran, has been handing out supplies to the poor a little west of here. What about it?
Yang thinks those troops have been attacking locals.
I know something's got them riled up, but I've been too busy with other matters to really look into it. If you're looking into the matter, talk to Elizabeth. She's in charge of the operations here in Freeside, though she won't open up to you right away. If Elizabeth holds out on you, tell her that I sent you. She should be a little more forthcoming if you mention my name. Was there anything else you wanted to talk about?
handsome ranger was
Morning.
about to meet his
Talk to Major Elizabeth.
about to meet his death. There was 40 feet between them when they stopped to make their play. And the swiftness of the ranger is still talked about today. Texas ready, not cleared leather for a bullet fairly ripped. And the ranger's aim was deadly with the big iron on his hip.
3 a.m.
It was over in a
How long have we been streaming? Hold on. Sorry about the sound. Five hours. Oh damn. Okay, listen. I think I'm gonna save. I'm gonna end for today. Thank you all for being here, and we continue next time. Okay? I believe we're gonna continue next time. 5 hours of stream. It's been a long time. So I'll see you. Thank you all. Thank you all for being here for me. Full of love. Full of love. Thank you. I'll see you. I'll see you all. Bye bye. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night, good night. Bye bye bye.